Chapter 61 Worldroot conduit.
I watched with a smile as Elder Malric's latest experiment, number 210, began etching a rune into its own leaves. The vine around my neck tensed slightly, clearly not trusting this new development. The plant's rune was surprisingly intricate for something that had basically just achieved sentience. A series of overlapping flame patterns that formed a perfect circle, with smaller fire symbols spiraling toward the center. The whole thing pulsed with an angry red glow that made me instinctively want to step back. "Fascinating," Elder Malric exclaimed, leaning closer. "The symmetry is nearly perfect. And look at how it's incorporated the thermal regulation symbols." The plant's response was to activate its newly created rune and breathe a massive stream of fire directly at the Elder's face. My vine immediately moved to shield me, but I wasn't particularly worried. If there's one thing I've learned about fantasy worlds, it's that elders don't survive to become elders by being careless. Sure enough, the flames simply dissipated as they reached Elder Malric, like water hitting an invisible wall. He just laughed, actually looking pleased. "Excellent power output, though we'll need to work on your targeting accuracy." The plant seemed to take this criticism personally. Its leaves began glowing again as it started drawing another, more complex rune. Now, Elder Malric wagged his finger. "Let's not be hasty." He casually drew several symbols in the air with his finger, leaving trails of crimson light. The runes hung there for a moment before rapidly expanding and solidifying into a crystalline cage that completely enclosed the angry plant. A smaller formation materialized around its head, effectively muzzling it. I couldn't help but raise my eyebrows. Manifestation realm techniques, so the Elder was at least rank 6. That explained a lot about his casual attitude toward potentially lethal experiments. The vine around my neck gave what felt like a disapproving squeeze, clearly unimpressed with the other plant's behavior. I reached up to pat it. "Not all plants can be as well behaved as you." "Where were we?" Elder Malric turned back to me, completely ignoring the muffled sounds of rage coming from the cage. "Ah yes, elemental runes." He walked over to his workbench, pushing aside several ominously glowing experiments. Your method of manipulating plants directly with energy is actually quite impressive. Many wood element users would kill for that kind of natural control." "But," I prompted, sensing there was more. "But," he nodded, "relying solely on energy manipulation has its drawbacks. Those few microseconds you spend communicating your intent to the plants? In a real fight, that delay could be fatal." He gestured at my vine. "And I've noticed it consumes significantly more energy compared to activating a proper runic formation." I nodded. He wasn't wrong. While my control was precise, it did require constant energy expenditure and was time-consuming. "So, what's the solution?" "Well, there are 2 ways for a rank 1 skybound to advance to rank 2. He began, pulling out several dusty tomes. "The most common method is successfully adding an elemental rune to their body." "But what about practitioners like me?" I asked. "My fundamental rune is already wood-based." Elder Malric shook his head. "Common misconception. Your fundamental rune's primary purpose is to absorb and refine the red sun's energy into something usable. Yes, its design can increase your affinity for certain elements, but that's a secondary effect." He grabbed a piece of chalk and began drawing diagrams on a nearby slate. "Elemental runes serve a different purpose. They actively convert that refined energy into elemental power. At your current level, I'd strongly recommend sticking to wood runes. Any other element could destabilize your foundational rune's energy flow." "And the second method?" I asked, genuinely curious. "Ah!" His eyes lit up. "The second path involves becoming so adept at manipulating red sun energy that you can draw runes directly in the air, like what I just did." He gestured at the caged plant, which was still attempting to set things on fire through its muzzle. "Of course, most practitioners don't focus on this until later ranks. There's only so much skin available for runes, after all. However," he gave me a pointed look, "at your level, you'll need significantly more practice manipulating energy before attempting it. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator." He walked over to a cluttered shelf and began rummaging through scrolls, muttering to himself. Now where did I? Ah, here it is. He pulled out a somewhat worn scroll. This, he said, holding it almost reverently, contains a method for improving energy control. It's one of the few training techniques the Academy actually got right. He unrolled it partially, revealing columns of precise calligraphy. The first stage appears to be meditation-focused, Azure observed as we glimpsed the initial instructions. I nodded slightly. Some things really were universal across magic systems. Whether you were refining chi or manipulating sun energy, it all started with meditation. The exercises become progressively more challenging, Elder Malric explained, rolling the scroll back up and handing it to me. Work through them in your own time. If you have questions, my door is always open. He paused, glancing at his fire-breathing plant. Well, usually open. I carefully tucked the scroll away as he moved on to the main topic. Now, the elemental rune you'll be learning is called the Worldroot Conduit. He pulled out another scroll, this one covered in detailed diagrams. The design was beautiful in its complexity. A series of interwoven roots that formed an endless knot, with smaller branching patterns filling the spaces between the main lines. Each curve seemed to flow naturally into the next, creating a sense of constant motion even in the static drawing. You'll need to connect this to your fundamental rune, Elder Malric explained. Exactly how you merge them is up to you. Every practitioner's energy flows differently. His eyes gleamed with enthusiasm. Once you've mastered that, we can move on to the really interesting combat runes. With that, he wandered back to his caged experiment and began cooing at it softly, apparently unbothered by its continued attempts to immolate him. I found a quiet corner to study the diagrams more carefully. Thoughts, Azure? The design is fascinating, he replied. See how the root patterns echo the natural growth formulas we used in your fundamental rune? I believe we could integrate them quite effectively. I traced the patterns with my finger, following the flow of energy they would create. The question is where to place it. We need to maintain the current balance while adding these new pathways. The branches on the right side of your fundamental rune are less developed, Azure suggested. We could expand them to incorporate the Worldroot pattern, using the existing growth points as anchor locations. I nodded slowly, seeing the possibility. That would preserve the spiral's harmony while adding the new functions. But we'd need to adjust the leaf motifs to accommodate the increased energy flow. Perhaps we could modify them to resemble the secondary root patterns? Azure mused. It would create a natural transition between the two designs. The vine around my neck shifted slightly, seeming to follow our discussion. It extended a tendril to trace along the scroll, adding its own suggestion to the conversation. Interesting, Azure said. The vine appears to be suggesting an alternative connection point near the base of the spiral. I studied where it was pointing. That could actually work better. It would put less strain on the existing branches and create a more direct energy pathway. I glanced at the vine. Since when are you an expert in runic theory? The vine just curled back into its usual position, radiating what felt suspiciously like smugness. I believe Elder Malric's experimental modifications may have granted it some unexpected insights, Azure commented. I was about to reply when a loud explosion came from Elder Malric's direction, followed by the distinct sound of something catching fire. Wonderful progress, the Elder's voice called out through the smoke. Though perhaps a bit too much enthusiasm with the flame production, I turned back to the scroll, deciding some things were better left uninvestigated. Let's focus on mapping out these integration points before something else explodes. A wise decision, Master, Azure agreed. Now, if we adjust the angle of these secondary roots by approximately 15 degrees, we spent the next hour working out the details, occasionally interrupted by various sounds of chaos from Elder Malric's ongoing experiment. The vine contributed several more surprisingly useful suggestions, though I was starting to suspect it just enjoyed being included in the planning process. Finally, I had a clear vision of how to merge the designs. The Worldroot Conduit would emerge from the base of my fundamental rune spiral, its patterns flowing naturally into the existing structure while creating new pathways for elemental energy conversion. I believe we're ready to try inscribing, Azure said, though maybe we should move to the other side of the laboratory first. I glanced over at Elder Malric, who was now engaged in what appeared to be a serious philosophical debate with his fire-breathing plant about the proper application of combustion techniques. Even from here, I could feel the heat from their discussion. Good idea. We made our way to the opposite end of the massive laboratory, where several unused workbenches sat below a wall of windows. The distance and various shelves of equipment between us and Elder Malric's experiment provided at least some protection from any stray fireballs. The vine gave what felt like an approving squeeze as I set up the materials. Clearly, it had already learned an important lesson about survival in this laboratory. Maintaining a safe distance from Elder Malric's more enthusiastic experiments was just good sense. Now then, I said, picking up a resonance stylus, let's see how many attempts this one takes. Chapter 62, Elemental Runes. Looking down at my 10th attempt at the Worldroot conduit on the blank canvas lily, I finally felt satisfied. The pattern flowed perfectly, each root seamlessly connecting to form an endless knot that somehow managed to look both precise and natural at the same time. This one's ready, I declared, holding up the lily for inspection. Master, your inscribing speed has improved significantly, Azure noted. The first attempt at the fundamental rune took considerably longer to perfect. The vine around my neck extended a tendril to trace the pattern, giving what felt like an approving pat on my shoulder. I had to admit, having a semi-sentient plant accessory that offered runic advice was not something I'd expected when I first arrived in this world. Just one moment, Elder Malric called out, making his way over from the other side of the lab. A series of muffled growls followed him, but he seemed entirely unconcerned. Let me see your work. He examined the practice rune, turning the leaf this way and that to catch the light. After what felt like several minutes, he finally nodded. Excellent integration points. The energy flow paths are particularly well designed. He glanced at me curiously. Where are you planning to connect it to your fundamental rune? I pointed to the base of my chest where the tree pattern began. Here, where the trunk emerges. The vine actually suggested it. The connection should create a more direct energy pathway while minimizing strain on the existing branches. Elder Malric's eyes widened. Oh? Speaking of the vine. He reached toward it with an eager expression. Perhaps it would like to come back to its creator for some additional experiments? The vine's reaction was immediate and dramatic. It coiled tighter around my neck and extended several thorny tendrils in the elder's direction, making what sounded remarkably like a hissing noise. Such ingratitude! Elder Malric shook his head. You should treat your creator with more respect. The vine's only response was to tighten its grip around my neck, not enough to be uncomfortable, but definitely making its position clear. The elder sighed. You can keep him. Clearly, my own creation has abandoned me for a new master. I don't think either of us has much choice in the matter, I replied dryly, reaching up to pat the vine. The thorns immediately retracted under my touch. Well then, the elder's expression suddenly turned serious, a rare sight that immediately put me on edge. Shall we proceed with the actual inscription? I should warn you, adding an elemental rune to your fundamental rune is considerably more dangerous than our previous work. My eyes narrowed. If Elder Malric, the man who treated exploding plants that could easily kill a rank 2 skybound as a minor inconvenience, was being cautious, how dangerous are we talking about? Oh, nothing too concerning. He waved his hand. Just a small chance of your fundamental rune destabilizing and releasing all its stored energy at once. But don't worry. I'll be right here to contain any potential explosions. Master, Azure commented. I believe he's trying to be reassuring. Strangely enough, I actually did feel somewhat reassured. Something about the look in the elder's eyes suggested he would actually focus on preventing disasters this time, rather than treating them as fascinating research opportunities. No pressure then, I muttered, removing my outer robe to expose the silvery tree pattern on my chest. The vine helpfully shifted to give better access to the area. Now, Elder Malric instructed, all traces of his usual scattered demeanor gone. Channel energy through your fundamental rune. We need it active during the merging process. I nodded as I drew on the power from the great red sun in the sky, sending it through the refined pathways of my fundamental rune. The tree pattern began to glow with a soft silver light, its branches rippling beneath my skin. Master, Azure said, begin the placement exactly 3 centimeters above the base point we identified. With careful movements, I pressed the meridian lotus leaf against my chest. The world root pattern began to glow as it made contact with my energized fundamental rune. For a moment, nothing happened. Then I felt it, a sensation like roots burrowing into my very being. The world root pattern seemed to come alive, its lines flowing like liquid as they merged with my fundamental rune. The tree pattern's branches shifted and expanded, creating new pathways that perfectly matched our planned integration points. Excellent, Elder Malric murmured, watching the process with narrowed eyes. Now try activating the elemental rune. Channel your energy through both patterns simultaneously. I took a deep breath, aware that this was the moment where things typically went catastrophically wrong for Cultivation World protagonists. Still, no point in hesitating. If I was going to explode, better to get it over with. I channeled energy through the merged patterns, feeling it flow through the new pathways. There was a moment of resistance, then nothing. No explosion, no searing pain, just a subtle shift in the quality of my energy. Where before it had been purely refined red sun essence, now it carried a distinct wood element quality. I released a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. Ha 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 ha. Elder Malric's laugh boomed through the laboratory as he slapped my back hard enough to make me stumble. Perfect integration. Though your fundamental rune's current capacity for red sun energy isn't quite up to typical rank 2 standards, your actual abilities won't be any different. The efficiency of energy conversion is what truly matters at this stage. This story has been stolen from Royal Road. If you read it on Amazon, please report it. He turned away and began rummaging through various scrolls and books scattered across his workbench, muttering to himself. Now where did I put? No, that's the flesh-melting variant. Ah, here it is. He emerged triumphantly holding a particularly thick scroll. My personal compilation of the most useful wood element runes. Took decades to refine these designs. Are these standard Academy techniques? I asked, genuinely curious. Oh no, he waved dismissively. The Academy's approved techniques are far too rigid. These are my own improvements. Much more efficient, though occasionally prone to unexpected side effects. He paused. Nothing too serious, though. Usually. Why did that not fill me with confidence? The elder continued, either not noticing or choosing to ignore my skepticism. Now, these runes have an interesting feature. If activated while focusing on a specific plant, they'll enhance and control that plant. However, if there are no plants available, like in your match against Young Tavel, the runes will create temporary constructs. I nodded slowly. That could be incredibly useful, though. I'm guessing construct creation uses more energy? Quite right. And at your current level, any plants you create will be essentially dead matter. You won't be able to properly infuse them with life force until at least rank 5. He grinned. Though given your natural affinity for plant manipulation, you might manage it sooner. That aligned with my plans perfectly. I intended to keep seeds and small vines on me anyway. It would be far more efficient than creating constructs from scratch. Still, having the ability to generate plants in emergencies could be the difference between life and death. Now then, Elder Malric spread the scroll across his workbench, revealing dozens of runic designs. I've selected 3 runes that should suit your combat style particularly well. He pointed to the first pattern, a series of flowing lines that reminded me of a coiled whip. The Vine Whip rune generates long, whip-like vines for ranged attacks. The more energy you input, the more vines you can control simultaneously. I studied the design carefully. It was essentially a more refined version of what I'd been doing instinctively. Having a proper rune for it would definitely improve both speed and efficiency. The second, He indicated a compact pattern that somehow managed to look explosive even in its static form. Is the explosive seed rune. Creates seeds that detonate either on impact or after a short delay. Master, Azure murmured. That could be quite versatile. Scatter them as traps, use them as distractions, or even enhance existing seeds for surprise attacks. I agreed. There were many ways we could use them, especially if combined with the Vine Whip rune for delivery. And finally, Elder Malric pointed to an elegant pattern that resembled interwoven tree bark, the Woodweave Seal. It creates a temporary patch of woven wood fibers that can seal and heal wounds. Now that was interesting. My fight with Kieran had demonstrated just how valuable healing abilities could be. While this obviously couldn't regrow limbs or repair major organs, it would be perfect for dealing with the cuts and puncture wounds that seem to be so common in battles. The inscription process is the same as your enhancement runes, Elder Malric explained. Though given how long we spent on the Worldroot conduit, perhaps I should handle these to save time? Then we can move straight to practice. I wasn't about to turn down expert inscription, especially after seeing how quickly and precisely he'd carved the Aegis mark. Thank you, Master. For the Vine Whip, I'd like it on the back of my right hand. I held up my hand, indicating the spot. The explosive seed here. I pointed to my right index finger. As small as you can make it. The elder nodded approvingly. And the Woodweave Seal? Left side of my chest, I decided. Easy to access but out of the way of my other runes. Good choices, he said, producing his crystal knife. Now hold still. What followed was another impressive display of his skill. Elder Malric's movements were so swift and precise that the cuts barely had time to hurt before he was moving to the next location. In less than 3 minutes, all 3 runes were carved and ready for activation. Channel your energy, he instructed. Let's make sure everything is working properly. I did as he said, sending red sun essence through my fundamental rune and into the new patterns. Each one activated smoothly, the marks shifting from bloody cuts to dark red tattoo-like designs. New enhancements. 1. Vine Whip. Type Wood Element Combat. Location right hand back. Effect. Generates and controls vine constructs. Energy cost. 20 units per vine. Duration maintained. 2. Explosive Seed. Type Wood Element Combat. Location right index finger. Effect. Creates detonating seed constructs. Energy cost. 30 units per seed. Duration. Until detonation, maximum 15 seconds.
Kolmas voodveave seal.
Type Wood Element Healing. Location, left chest. Effect. Creates healing wood fiber patches. Energy cost. 40 units per use. Duration 1 hour or until naturally healed. Excellent. Elder Malric clapped his hands together. Now we can move on to the fun part, learning to use them effectively. Chapter 63, Combat Training. Let's begin with something simple, Elder Malric said as he raised his hand. We'll need a proper training ground first. My eyes widened as crimson light flowed from his fingers, forming complex runic patterns in the air. The runes expanded rapidly, covering the entire laboratory in a glowing network that hurt my eyes to look at directly. Master, Azure commented, the spatial complexity of these formations is remarkable. He wasn't wrong. Each rune seemed to twist in ways that shouldn't be possible, like looking at a 4-dimensional object projected into 3-dimensional space. And there were thousands of them, all perfectly synchronized. Then reality shifted. The laboratory's walls began to ripple and flow like water, expanding outward impossibly far. The ceiling rose until it vanished into darkness, while the floor transformed into natural terrain, grass, rocks, and even a small stream appeared as if they'd always been there. I struggled to process what I was seeing. Intellectually, I knew that higher-ranked practitioners could do incredible things. The novels I'd read were full of immortals reshaping mountains and creating pocket dimensions. Hell, my own cultivation method entailed creating a universe. But seeing something like this firsthand, watching someone casually manipulate reality itself. Fascinating, isn't it? Elder Malric grinned at my expression. Rank 7 practitioners can manifest physical constructs from pure energy. With enough skill, we can even make them permanent. He gestured proudly at our new surroundings. Though this is just temporary, it'll revert when we're done training. His eyes twinkled as he pointed to several glowing formations embedded in the ground. I've also included absorption arrays throughout the training ground. They'll gather and purify ambient red sun energy, making it easier for you to replenish what you expend. Should help you train for longer periods without depleting your reserves completely. The vine around my neck tightened slightly, apparently as unnerved as I was by this casual display of power. I reached up to pat it reassuringly. Now then, the elder clapped his hands together. Let's start with the Vine Whip rune. Show me what you can do without using any runes first. I want to establish a baseline. I nodded, drawing on the raw energy from my inner world's miniature red sun. The vine around my neck unwound itself, ready to join whatever I created. Focusing carefully, I reached out to the grass around us, pulling strands together and infusing them with energy until they merged into a single long vine. The process took several seconds, much longer than I'd like in a real fight. Good, good, Elder Malric nodded. Now try controlling multiple vines. I gritted my teeth and tried to form a second vine while maintaining control of the first. It was like trying to write with both hands simultaneously, possible but awkward. The vines moved jerkily, barely responding to my commands. As I thought, the elder mused. Your natural control is excellent, but splitting your attention reduces precision significantly. He pointed at my new rune. Try it with the Vine Whip now. I channeled energy through my fundamental rune, letting it flow into the whip pattern on my hand. The effect was immediate. 3 vines burst from the grass, moving with a fluidity I'd never been able to manage before. The rune handles the basic control framework, Elder Malric explained. You just need to direct their overall movement. Much more efficient. He was right. Where before I'd had to actively maintain each vine's structure and movement, now they responded to my intentions almost instantly. I made them weave complex patterns in the air, testing the limits of their mobility. Excellent control, the elder beamed. Now, let's see how you handle some pressure. He snapped his fingers, and suddenly we were surrounded by 12 training dummies arranged in a circle around us. Each one stood my height, shaped like featureless humanoids made of softly glowing red light. They swayed and shifted in a way that made the hairs on my neck stand up. Master, Azure said. Their movement patterns appear to be randomized, but we should be able to spot patterns. I nodded slightly, watching as the dummies began to move. They darted and weaved across the grass, feet barely touching the ground. One would sprint forward, then suddenly change direction mid-step, while another would leap and twist through the air like a dancer. But after a few seconds, I started to see it. They were moving in overlapping figure-8 patterns, each one slightly offset from the others. My vines lashed out in a coordinated attack. The first vine swept low, forcing 3 dummies to jump. The second vine curved around to catch them mid-air, while the third struck directly at a 4th dummy that was trying to slip through the gap. Each strike drove them closer together, gradually tightening the circle. Good strategy, Elder Malric called out. But remember, in a real fight, you'll need to do more than just control their movement. As if on cue, the dummies' hands began to glow. They raised their palms in unison, releasing a barrage of crimson energy bolts that crackled through the air like angry fireflies. I quickly wove 2 of my vines into a cross pattern, creating a living shield that the bolts splashed harmlessly against. The third vine kept up its assault, striking through gaps in their formation whenever one appeared. Much better, the elder gestured, and 6 more dummies materialized around us. These dummies were carrying swords and spears made of red sun energy. They immediately joined the attack, their weapons leaving trails of light as they slashed and thrust. Now let's work on your timing. The key to effective vine control is, this tale has been unlawfully lifted without the author's consent. Report any appearances on Amazon. A flicker of movement caught my eye. One of the dummies had vanished from my peripheral vision. Pure instinct made me activate Blink Step, and the world blurred for a split second as I teleported 3 meters to the left. Just in time, a blade of red light sliced through the space where my head had been. Before the dummy could recover, my vines were already moving. 2 of them struck its legs while the third wrapped around its sword arm, immobilizing it completely. Excellent reflexes. Elder Malric's voice held genuine approval. The runes are already becoming instinctive. Now try incorporating your pet vine as well. The vine around my neck didn't need much convincing. It immediately unwound itself, its dark green length almost invisible compared to the glowing dummies. It moved like a snake, weaving between energy bolts and blade swings to slam into the nearest dummy's chest. Working in concert with my other vines, it created a defensive web that caught and deflected attacks from multiple angles simultaneously. See how much smoother that is? The elder gestured at the coordinated movements as my vines danced through the air, blocking, striking, and repositioning in a fluid dance. The rune standardizes the energy distribution, letting you focus on strategy rather than basic control. He was right again. Even with 4 vines moving simultaneously, deflecting an energy bolt here, tripping a dummy there, wrapping around a sword arm, shielding against a spear thrust, I wasn't feeling the mental strain I'd experienced before. The rune handled all the fine details of energy flow and structural maintenance, leaving me free to focus on reading the dummy's movements and planning my next sequence of attacks. Now, Elder Malric's eyes brightened. Let's try something more interesting. He waved his hand, and 4 new training dummies appeared that glowed ominously. These ones explode when destroyed. Show me how you'd prevent that. Direct attacks would be dangerous now. I needed a way to disable the dummies without triggering their explosive properties. Maybe if I... Master, Azure interrupted my thoughts. The explosive seed rune might be useful here. We could create a localized shockwave to disrupt their movement without destroying them. But be careful. Too much energy will trigger an explosion. That was actually brilliant. I channeled energy into the seed rune on my finger, watching as a small, dark seed materialized. I had one of my vines gently grab the seed and draw back as far as it could. Then I commanded it to snap forward, launching the seed toward where 4 dummies had clustered together. The timing would be crucial here. Now, Azure called out. I detonated the seed just before it reached the dummies. The blast wasn't particularly powerful, but it created enough force to knock them off balance. Before they could recover, my vines shot forward in perfect sync. One vine wrapped around each dummy's legs while another secured their arms, careful not to squeeze too tight against their unstable surfaces. Very creative. Elder Malric nodded approvingly. Good use of combined techniques. He waved his hand again, dispelling the captured dummies and creating a new set. These ones were nearly twice my height, with what looked like bronze-armored plating covering their bodies. One stepped forward from my left, its footsteps leaving deep impressions in the grass. 2 more circled to my right, while the remaining 3 spread out behind me in a pincer movement. Let's see how you handle targets that can't be easily restrained, Elder Malric said, watching as the armored giants closed in from all sides. Remember, the explosive seed rune can be used for more than just straight detonations. I frowned slightly, tracking their movements. The one on my left was closest, its massive arm already drawing back for a strike. 2 more were approaching from behind, their heavy footsteps creating a sound similar to drumbeat. The rune's energy cost was higher than Vine Whip, but it was more versatile than I'd initially thought. Maybe if working quickly, I created 4 seeds and commanded the vines to move. One vine swept low to deposit a seed while another curved high to place another, weaving between the dummies' strikes as they attacked. Within seconds, I had formed a perfect square of seeds around me, just as 3 of the armored giants stepped into range. The vine around my neck sensed my intention and unwound itself, rapidly expanding and weaving around my body into a lattice. Its usual dark green color took on a metallic sheen as it hardened, forming a flexible armor that covered me from neck to toe. Instead of triggering the seeds immediately, I pulsed energy through the rune in a rhythmic pattern, like a heartbeat. Dark green tendrils burst from the seeds, spreading through the soil faster than the dummies could react. I could see the ground rippling as the root network spread, creating a web of glowing lines that connected all 4 points. The nearest dummy's fist was less than a meter from my face when I released the built-up energy. The force of the explosion rippled against my living shield, but the vine absorbed most of the impact, its lattice structure flexing and redistributing the energy harmlessly around me. 3 of the armored constructs weren't so lucky. They went spinning through the air like thrown dolls, crashing down nearly 20 meters away in different directions and leaving small craters where they landed. The remaining dummies stumbled back as they were hit by the residual energy. Excellent, Elder Malric clapped. Using the root network to direct the explosion, very clever. And that defensive adaptation with your vine companion, most impressive, though you might want to work on reducing the setup time. I nodded as my vine unwound from its armor configuration, resuming its usual position around my neck while maintaining a slightly more alert posture. The basic principle was sound, but in a real fight, I'd need to be much faster. The next hour was a blur of constant motion as I worked to integrate all my new abilities. The Vine Whip rune let me maintain consistent control over multiple vines. The Explosive Seed provided ranged options and crowd control, and Blink Step gave me the mobility to avoid getting cornered. Every time I started to get comfortable with a situation, Elder Malric would add new complications. Sometimes the dummies would split into smaller versions when hit. Other times they'd reform unless completely destroyed. Some were even able to attack using their own runes. Each variation forced me to adapt and combine my techniques in different ways. Remember, he called out as I narrowly avoided a particularly nasty energy blast. The runes are tools for you to use, not crutches. Don't let them limit your thinking. He had a point. I'd been relying heavily on the standard vine formations the rune created. But maybe if I modified the energy flow pattern, I channeled power through the Vine Whip rune differently, trying to recreate some of the modifications I'd managed with raw energy manipulation. To my surprise, the vines responded by developing thorny protrusions and a metallic sheen similar to what Elder Malric's experiments had shown. Now that's more like it. The Elder's approval was clear. The basic patterns are just starting points. Once you understand the energy flow, you can customize the effects. Encouraged by this, I began experimenting more. I discovered that by varying the energy input, I could change the properties of both my vines and explosive seeds. More power meant harder hits but reduced control. Less power allowed for more precise movements but sacrificed raw strength. Finally, after what felt like hours of constant combat, Elder Malric called a halt. The training dummies dissolved into motes of crimson light, leaving the transformed laboratory eerily quiet. "Well done," he said, looking genuinely pleased. "You've made excellent progress with the basic applications. Though you might want to work on your stamina, you're looking a bit tired." That was an understatement. Even with the formations working full-time to replenish any red sun energy expended, my reserves were completely depleted, and even my inner world's miniature sun felt dimmer than usual. Every muscle ached from constant movement, and my mind felt fuzzy from maintaining so many simultaneous techniques. "Here," the Elder tossed me what looked like a small crystal. "Absorption stone. It'll help replenish your energy faster." I caught the crystal, feeling immediate relief as it began converting ambient red sun energy into a form my body could easily absorb. "Thank you, Master. Now then," he continued, already moving on to the next lesson, "let's talk about the Woodweave Seal." Chapter 64, Healing Arts. "Now then," Elder Malric continued, already moving on to the next lesson, "let's talk about the Woodweave Seal." His tone was light, almost casual, but something in his expression made me tense. The vine around my neck clearly sensed it too, tightening slightly in anticipation. "The thing about healing runes," he said, raising his hand, "is that they require a very particular understanding." "Wait!" I held up my hands, backing away slightly as I caught on to what he was planning. "I can make my own injuries for practice." The Elder's hand dropped, a frown on his face. "Oh, well, I suppose that works too." He sighed. "Though my method would have been much more interesting." Ignoring that concerning statement, I pulled out a small knife I'd started carrying for rune carving practice. The vine around my neck tensed as I brought the blade to my forearm. "It's okay," I whispered to it. "Just a small cut for training. It won't hurt much." The vine remained skeptical but loosened its grip slightly, though it kept one tendril hovering near my arm as if ready to intervene. With careful precision, I drew the knife across my skin, creating a shallow cut about 3 inches long. Blood welled up immediately, but the wound wasn't deep, just enough to practice on without risking any real damage. "Good control," Elder Malric nodded. "Now channel energy through your fundamental rune into the Woodweave seal. Focus on the wound and activate the pattern." I did as instructed, drawing on the refined energy my fundamental rune had gathered. The tree pattern glowed softly as energy flowed through its branches into the new healing rune on my chest. The Woodweave seal flashed with a dull red light, and almost nothing happened. A few tiny wood fibers materialized above the cut, then immediately dissolved. I adjusted the energy flow, trying to maintain a more steady stream rather than the burst I'd used before. The rune flashed again, but the result was even less impressive. This time the fibers barely formed at all. "As I thought," Elder Malric stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The combat runes came naturally to you because you already understood their fundamental principles: restraint, force, explosion. But healing," he shook his head. "You can't just activate the rune and expect it to work. You need to understand the process you're trying to accelerate." That made sense. I tried to recall what I remembered about wound healing from high school biology. There was something about blood clotting first, then, "Master," Azure said in his lecture voice, "allow me to assist. The wound healing process is made up of the following phases: hemostasis, inflammation, proliferation, and maturation." Images and diagrams flashed through my mind as Azure shared his knowledge. Blood vessels constricting to slow bleeding, platelets gathering to form clots, white blood cells rushing to fight infection. "The Woodweave seal," Azure continued, "should be able to accelerate these natural processes. Perhaps if we structure the energy flow to mirror each phase." I nodded slowly, studying the cut on my arm. "So first, we need the wood fibers to act like fibrin proteins, creating a framework for the clot." I channeled energy differently this time, visualizing the molecular structures Azure had shown me. The rune activated again, and this time fine wooden threads began weaving themselves across the wound. They formed a delicate lattice similar to the fibrin mesh in blood clots, but made of plant matter instead of protein. "Better." Elder Malric leaned closer, watching with interest. "Now maintain that pattern while transitioning to the next phase." I tried, but as I adjusted the energy to mimic inflammation, the wooden mesh started unraveling. The fibers lost cohesion and began falling apart. "Analyze the failure point, Master," Azure suggested. "The transition between phases appears to be the weak link." He was right. I'd been treating each phase as separate, distinct steps. But in the body, they overlapped. Inflammation began while clotting was still happening. New tissue grew while inflammation was ongoing. "Let's try again," I muttered, reformulating my approach. This time, I layered the energy patterns, letting each new phase build on the previous one rather than replacing it. The rune pulsed with steady crimson light as wood fibers once again formed across the wound. But now, instead of trying to force them through distinct transformations, I let the patterns evolve naturally. New fibers grew while the initial mesh was still strengthening, creating depth and structure that mimicked actual tissue regeneration. Gradually, a solid patch of woven wood formed over the cut. It was flexible but strong, with a surface texture surprisingly similar to skin. The edges blended almost seamlessly with my actual flesh, held firmly in place by microscopic root-like structures that anchored into the surrounding tissue. Stolen story. Please report. Excellent work. Elder Malric examined the patch closely. Good cellular mimicry, proper tensile strength, though you'll need to work on speed. In battle, you won't have time for all this careful layering. I nodded, prodding the wooden skin experimentally. Felt strange but not uncomfortable. And don't get too ambitious, the elder continued. The red sun's energy isn't exactly known for its healing properties. If you're hoping to become some kind of miracle healer, you'll likely be disappointed. Is that what the blue sun's energy is for? I asked, thinking about the massive blue star that dominated half the sky. That's one of its properties, yes. Elder Malric's eyes took on a distant look. If only those blasted priests would let me run a few experiments. But no, it's all heretic this and blasphemer that, and trying to purify me with holy fire the moment I get close. He trailed off, muttering something about improved capture techniques and better restraints this time. Suddenly seeming to remember I was there, the elder coughed. Ah yes, well, that's enough training for today. Practice these techniques on your own time. He waved a hand dismissively. And go deal with that annoying brat who's been prowling the corridors looking for you. I can sense him getting closer to my laboratory. I started to bow and leave, but hesitated. The World Tree Sutra needed both wind and earth energy to advance. Winning the battle against Chun Wu would secure me the wind essence, leaving only the earth element left. I clearly didn't have enough spirit stones to buy it in the cultivation world. My only other option was to acquire it here. Who better to ask than a rank 7 skybound? Someone of his level must either have earth essence or know where to obtain it. The real question was how to approach the subject without revealing too much about why I needed it. Thank you for the instruction, Elder, I said carefully. But before I go, I was wondering if you might have any pure earth essence. The Elder frowned. You're focusing on wood element techniques. Why would you be interested in earth essence? Isn't there significant overlap between them? I asked carefully. That launched him into full lecture mode. A common misconception. While both elements deal with physical matter, their fundamental natures are quite different. Earth essence represents stability, foundation, raw mineral power. Wood essence embodies growth, adaptation, vital energy. He continued for several minutes before finally concluding. Though I suppose they can complement each other effectively when properly combined. So, do you have any? Of course I do. He looked almost offended. But it's not free, boy. What do you want for it? Without answering, Elder Malric suddenly tossed several glowing crystals in my direction. I caught them, frowning at the familiar objects. They were not elemental stones, they were absorption stones. What are these for? I asked, not liking where this was going. A slow smile spread across the elder's face. Well, as much as I'd love to run a few experiments on a natural like yourself, I did promise to be a better teacher this time. His expression grew distant for a moment. Don't want you ending up like my other students. Something about the way he said that made me very glad I'd refused his offer to create training injuries. I've taught you the skills. Now let's see how you bring them all together. Those stones should help keep you alive long enough to make things interesting. He straightened up, eyes gleaming. Survive and the earth essence is yours. Fail. He shrugged, the gesture somehow more unsettling than any threat could have been. Well, I'll just have to use your corpse to further my research. Waste not, want not. Before I could properly process that concerning statement, his finger was already moving. It left trails of burning crimson light in the air, forming a complex rune pattern that hurt my eyes to look at directly. Try not to use them all at once, he called out cheerfully, then snapped his fingers. Good luck. The rune exploded in a burst of crimson energy that seemed to tear reality itself apart. The laboratory's carefully constructed training ground shattered like glass, its fragments dissolving into streams of red light that swirled around me like a tornado. When my vision cleared, I found myself standing in a forest. The trees were unnaturally still, their leaves a deep purple that seemed to absorb what little light filtered down from above. No birds sang, no insects chirped. The only sound was my own breathing, which seemed far too loud in the silence. The vine around my neck tightened protectively as we both sensed it. Whatever this place was, we weren't alone. Chapter 65, Hell Level Difficulty. A forest, Azure commented dryly in my mind. If one were to test a wood element practitioner, I suppose this would be the place. I nodded slowly, taking in our surroundings. The trees seemed to stretch endlessly in every direction, their twisted trunks creating shadows that played tricks on my eyes. There are two possibilities here. Either Elder Malric is giving me an advantage. I trailed off, watching as a nearby branch suddenly withered and crumbled to dust for no apparent reason. Or, Azure prompted, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. Or this is going to be hell-level difficulty even with my supposed advantage. The air felt thick, almost syrupy. Every breath carried the metallic tang of concentrated red sun energy. Given what we know of the Elders' experimental tendencies, Azure mused, I rather doubt he's chosen to be merciful. Yeah, I muttered. That's what I'm worried about. A faint rustling sound made me freeze, but it was just the vine shifting position to better guard my vital points. Still, no point in waiting around to see what had it so nervous. I pulled out one of the absorption stones Elder Malric had given me. The stone pulsed as I activated it, converting its reserves into refined red sun essence that flowed into my foundational rune. The familiar warmth spread through my channels as my energy levels steadily rose back toward their peak. Just as I finished absorbing the stone's power, I felt the vine suddenly go rigid against my skin. Its usual supple length became as taut as steel cable, and I could feel tremors running through its form, almost like it was shivering. That was not a good sign. Where? I whispered, knowing it would understand what I was asking. The vine's tip extended shakily, pointing toward a particularly dense cluster of purple-leaved trees. The shadows there seemed deeper than they should be, moving in ways that had nothing to do with wind or natural motion. Master, Azure's normally calm voice held an edge of concern. What do you intend to do? I watched as something dark and sinuous began to emerge from those writhing shadows. Well, the Elder said to survive. He didn't specify that I had to kill anything. A grin spread across my face that probably wasn't entirely sane. So, I'm going to do what any rational person would do in this situation. And that would be? Run like hell in the opposite direction. I spun on my heel and bolted, not waiting to see what horror Elder Malric had cooked up in his laboratory. The forest blurred around me as I sprinted between twisted trunks and under branches that tried to reach down for me with grasping fingers. The vine had relaxed slightly once I started running, but it maintained a defensive posture, ready to react at a moment's notice. Good thing too, because we'd barely covered 60 meters when Azure's warning cut through my thoughts. Master! Left side. I didn't hesitate. Pure reflex activated the blink step rune on my thigh, and reality blurred around me as I teleported 3 meters to the right. Not a moment too soon, something massive shot through the space where I'd been running, moving so fast it left afterimages in the air. My eyes widened as I got a good look at our attacker. It was, well, I suppose it was technically a snake. In the same way that Elder Malric's fire-breathing plant was technically still a plant. The creature was easily 8 meters long. Its scales a sickly mixture of purple and green that seemed to shift and writhe even when it wasn't moving. But what really caught my attention were the modifications. Wooden growths burst from its body at regular intervals, forming what looked like organic armor plates. Its head was surrounded by a crown of thorny branches, and its fangs appeared to be made of some kind of living wood. The red sun energy emanating from it suggests mid-stage rank 1, Azure reported as I dodged another lightning-fast strike. Though these modifications are concerning, it likely has some extra abilities. I had to agree. The wooden elements weren't just attached to the snake. They were fully integrated, moving and growing as naturally as its scales. Someone, likely the Elder, had done some seriously advanced work here. Part of me wanted to try manipulating it. After all, those wooden components had to be susceptible to my control. This book was originally published on Royal Road. Check it out there for the real experience. The vine's warning squeeze around my neck brought me back to reality. Right? Probably not the best time to experiment with mutant snakes, considering something much worse was still following us. Shame, I muttered as I used Blink Step to avoid another attack. Would have been interesting to see if I could influence those modifications. The snake's next strike missed by a wider margin as I resumed running. Its frustrated hiss followed us deeper into the forest, but it didn't give chase. Instead it burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Smart of it, whatever was chasing us was getting closer. As I ran deeper into the forest, one thought kept circling through my mind. If I survived this, I was definitely asking Elder Malric about flying runes. Running was great and all, but being able to soar above these mutated monstrosities seemed like a much better survival strategy. The more distance I covered, the denser the forest became, but what concerned me was that the trees themselves seemed to be changing, their bark taking on a metallic sheen that reminded me uncomfortably of the snake's scales. Something was following me. I couldn't see it clearly through the twisted trunks and writhing shadows, but I could feel it. Each impact of its movement sent tremors through the ground that made the metallic trees ring like hollow bells. Whatever it was big, and it was getting closer. The vine around my neck tightened rhythmically, 3 quick squeezes, pause, repeat. It was trying to time something. Master, Azure whispered. The energy signature behind us is significant. Another tremor shook the ground, stronger this time, closer. The metallic ringing of the trees had taken on a desperate pitch, like warning bells in a doomed city. How significant? I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. I can't say for certain yet, but I'm beginning to understand why Elder Malric gave you those absorption stones. Great, just great. The tremors were coming faster now, the intervals between them shortening as whatever was chasing us picked up speed. The sound of splintering wood and tearing earth filled the air as it carved a path of destruction through the forest. My lungs burned as I pushed myself to run faster. The blink step rune on my thigh was ready to activate at a moment's notice, but I held back. Using it now would be a waste of energy. The vine's warning pattern suddenly changed, 2 quick squeezes followed by a sharp tug to the right. Dodge! Azure's shout filled my mind. I activated blink step instantly, the world blurring as I teleported. But something felt wrong. The usual smooth transition hitched like reality itself had caught on something jagged. Then pain exploded across my left side as something massive struck me mid-teleport. The world spun violently as I was sent flying through the air. My body crashed through one tree, then another, the bark shattering like glass on impact. A third tree finally stopped my impromptu flight, its trunk cracking. I hit the ground hard, the taste of blood filling my mouth. Through the haze of pain, I dimly registered the plants around me moving, responding to my distress. Purple leaves and twisted vines wove themselves into a protective cocoon around my battered body. Master, Azure's voice seemed to come from very far away. You need to move, now. Groaning, I forced my eyes open, looking up through gaps in the makeshift shield the plants had formed. My blood ran cold. The thing that had been chasing us emerged from the destroyed section of forest with deceptive grace for its size. It moved on 6 legs that looked like they'd been crafted from living stone, each step leaving deep impressions in the earth. Its body was a nightmare fusion of rock and plant life, granite plates interwoven with thick vines that pulsed with red sun energy. Multiple heads grew from its serpentine neck, each one a different horrific combination of stone and vegetation. But what made my face truly pale was the energy radiating from it. This wasn't some rank 1 mutated being like the snake. This was something else entirely. The monster's heads turned toward my hiding spot, and 6 pairs of eyes began to glow with murderous crimson light. As our eyes met, one thought managed to push through my terror. I really should have asked more questions about those failed experiments the Elder had mentioned. Chapter 66. Abomination. The stone plant monstrosity's 6 heads loomed above me, each one a unique fusion of granite and twisted vegetation. My makeshift shield of purple leaves wouldn't last more than a second against those massive jaws. Any suggestions? I muttered internally, trying to ignore the burning pain in my side. Several, Azure replied, though none particularly promising. The creature appears to be a fusion of both earth and wood elements, likely one of Elder Malric's more ambitious experiments. Ambitious is one word for it. I watched as the heads weaved back and forth. Have you got a better reading on its energy levels? Yes, it seems to fluctuate between rank 1 and rank 2. My eyes narrowed at this information. A pseudo-rank 2 then, or as some would say, half-step into the second rank. The distinction was important. If this thing had been a true rank 2, I wouldn't have even survived that first hit. The gap between a pseudo-rank 2 and a true rank 2 was like the difference between a pond and an ocean. Both contained water, but only one could drown continents. Master, I don't know if we can beat it. Azure's tone held genuine concern. I nodded slightly, keeping my eyes fixed on the monstrosity. But I think we can survive long enough. The vine around my neck squeezed once, a warning. One of the heads had stopped moving. I didn't wait to see what would happen next. The moment the head lunged forward, jaws wide enough to swallow me whole, I activated Blink Step. The world blurred as I teleported, leaving the protective plant cocoon to be crushed in my place. My landing was less than graceful. The earlier hit had definitely cracked some ribs, and the teleport sent fresh waves of pain through my chest. I stumbled, barely managing to stay upright as I materialized behind one of the metallic trees. The monster's heads snapped toward my new position with terrifying speed. Two of them opened their mouths, and I caught a glimpse of something glowing deep in their throats. Move! Azure's warning was unnecessary. I was already diving to the side as beams of concentrated red sun energy carved through the air where I'd been standing. The metallic tree I'd been hiding behind literally melted, liquid metal dripping to the ground with a hiss. Right. Note to self, don't get hit by that. I activated the Vine Whip rune, calling forth 3 vines while the one around my neck maintained its protective position. The vines burst from the ground, weaving through the air in attack patterns. But something felt wrong. The vines moved sluggishly, as if fighting against some unseen resistance. The ambient energy is interfering with our control, Azure observed. We'll need more power to maintain the same level of manipulation. That explained it. I could feel it now. Every plant I tried to control required significantly more energy than normal. The earth essence infused in everything was making wood manipulation much more difficult. The monster didn't give me time to adjust my strategy. Its stone legs crashed against the earth as it charged, moving with impossible speed for something its size. All 6 heads struck simultaneously, attacking from different angles to cut off potential escape routes. I managed to avoid 5 of them through a combination of Blink Step and desperate dodging. The 6th caught me with a glancing blow, sending me tumbling across the ground. My vines tried to cushion the impact, but they were still moving too slowly to be fully effective. The familiar warmth of the vine around my neck was the only thing that kept me oriented as I rolled back to my feet. It was tense, ready to react, but I could feel it struggling against the same resistance affecting my other techniques. We need a new approach, I gasped, pressing a hand against my injured ribs. Direct control is taking too much energy. Perhaps. Azure's tone held a note of calculation. The explosive seed rune? The density of the environment might actually enhance its effects. Worth a shot. I channeled energy through my fundamental rune into the seed pattern on my finger, creating 3 small seeds. The process felt different here. The seeds were denser than usual. I wasn't sure what effect, if any, that would have. The monster's heads were already moving to attack again. I had my vines launch the seeds in different directions, one at its legs, one at the base of its neck, and one into the air above it. Now! I detonated all 3 seeds simultaneously. The explosions were more powerful than I'd expected, each one releasing a concentrated blast that actually staggered the creature. Stone cracked and its own plant portions withered as the destructive force washed over its hybrid body. Well done, Master, Azure commented, a note of approval in his voice. Seems unlike our friend here. I gestured to the vine still wrapped protectively around my neck. The Elder's other experiments aren't quite as intelligent. My eyes tracked the creature's movements as it regained its balance. Though I guess this one makes up for it in raw power. As if to prove my point, the monster recovered almost instantly, its damaged sections already beginning to regenerate. Stones shifted back into place while fresh vegetation grew to replace the destroyed parts. See, that's just cheating. I created more seeds. But this time I had my vines plant them in a wide circle around the monster. If I couldn't hurt it directly, maybe I could at least control its movement. The creature seemed to sense my intention. 4 of its heads turned to track the seeds while the other 2 kept watch on me. Took a single step forward, then stopped. Something was wrong. Its eyes weren't focusing on me anymore, and its movements had become almost hesitant. The vine around my neck suddenly went rigid. Master, Azure's voice held an edge of alarm. The energy readings are changing. I believe it's about to dash. The monster's body exploded. Not from my seeds, those were still inactive. No, its entire form simply burst apart, sending chunks of stone and twisted vegetation flying in every direction. The blast wave hit me like a physical wall, launching me backward through the air. This time I was better prepared. I managed to activate the Aegis mark on my back just before impact, and the barrier absorbed most of the force as I crashed through several trees. It wasn't enough to prevent all damage, though. I felt the sharp crack of ribs giving way, and branches tore at my skin as I flew past. I ended up flat on my back, blood trickling from a dozen cuts, my chest burning with each breath. The vine around my neck had somehow stayed with me through it all, though I could feel it trembling slightly from the impact. That, I wheezed, was unexpected. Master, look, there's something emerging from the remains. I tried pushing myself up onto my elbows, but pain shot through my torso. The vine immediately wrapped around my shoulders, helping me sit up while its tip tapped urgently at the woodweave seal on my chest. Taking its hint, I channeled energy into the healing rune. Wooden fibers spread across my skin, weaving into patches over the worst injuries. Stolen from Royal Road, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. They wouldn't fully heal the damage, but at least they'd keep me from bleeding out. The cracked ribs would have to wait. I needed to save energy for whatever was forming from the monster's remains. I pushed myself the rest of the way up, looking back toward where the creature had been. The scattered pieces were moving, not just twitching or settling, but actively flowing back together like mercury. But they weren't reforming into the 6-headed monster. No, this was something new, something worse. The materials merged and transformed, taking on a more humanoid shape. Stone flowed like water while plants wove themselves into complex patterns. Within seconds, a figure stood where the monster had been roughly human-sized, but made entirely of perfectly integrated stone and vegetation. Its surface rippled continuously, stone becoming plant becoming stone in an endless cycle. When it opened its eyes, they glowed with the same crimson light as before, but now held a disturbing intelligence. Fascinating, isn't it? The thing spoke with Elder Malric's voice, though its mouth didn't move. One of my more successful fusion experiments. The ability to shift between forms while maintaining power output. Truly remarkable. I climbed to my feet, trying not to show how much that last impact had hurt. You couldn't have just given me a written test? The creature, or Elder Malric, or whatever it was, laughed. The sounds seemed to come from everywhere at once. Where would be the fun in that? This is much more interesting. For you, maybe. I checked my remaining energy reserves. About half left, plus 4 absorption stones. Not great. Oh, stop complaining. The hybrid being moved with liquid grace, its feet barely touching the ground. This is valuable experience. Now! It raised one hand, and I watched in horror as the appendage transformed into a blade of living stone wrapped in thorny vines. Let's see how you handle this form. It moved. One moment it was 20 meters away. The next it was right in front of me, stone blade already swinging for my neck. Pure instinct made me duck, and I felt the wind of its passage ruffle my hair. I activated Blink Step, trying to put some distance between us. But the moment I materialized, it was already there, launching another strike that I barely managed to deflect with a hastily grown vine shield. The blade carved through my defense like it wasn't even there. Only the vine around my neck yanking me backward saved me from being cut in half. Too slow. Elder Malric's voice echoed as the creature pressed its attack. Its free hand transformed into a mass of writhing vines that shot toward me like spears. I managed to dodge the first few strikes, but there were too many. Several vines wrapped around my legs while others caught my arms, holding me in place as the stone blade came in for the kill. Time seemed to slow down. I could see the blade's edge gleaming as it approached my throat, could feel the vines tightening their grip to prevent escape. The vine around my neck was trying desperately to help, but it was caught up in the mass of attacking tendrils. In that frozen moment, as death approached with certainty, I reached desperately for any last reserves of power. My 4 vines moved to intercept, but they were too slow, too weak against the overwhelming force bearing down on me. The blade was less than an inch from my throat when reality shattered. The forest dissolved like a painting in rain, colors running together until nothing remained but swirling patterns of crimson light. I felt a sensation of falling, or maybe rising. Direction had no meaning in whatever space I was passing through. Then, with a jolt that made my teeth rattle, I found myself back in Elder Malric's laboratory. The familiar walls looked almost painfully normal after the nightmare forest I just escaped from. I was on my knees, gasping for breath, my body covered in very real cuts and bruises from the fight. The vine around my neck was still tense, ready to defend against threats that were no longer there. Well, Elder Malric's cheerful voice made me look up. The real Elder stood before me, looking exactly as he had before the test began. That was quite entertaining. You used every rune in combat, the explosive seeds for range, vine whip for control, blink step to dodge, aegis mark for defense, even the woodweave seal. Exactly what I wanted to see. I opened my mouth to respond, but all that came out was a weak cough. My throat felt like I'd been gargling sand. Oh, don't be so dramatic, the Elder waved dismissively. You're still alive, aren't you? And you even managed to force my construct to use its second form. That's better than most rank 1 initiates could hope to achieve. He reached into his robes and pulled out a small crystal vial filled with what looked like liquefied stone. Here's your earth essence. Try not to waste it. This batch was particularly troublesome to refine. I stared at the vine. The vine chose that moment to help me up, winding around my torso and arm to carefully pull me to my feet. I swayed slightly, but its steady grip kept me standing. Kill you? Elder Malric looked genuinely offended. Of course not. I was careful the entire time. You were never in any real danger. A slight smile crossed his face. Well, not of death anyway. But you said you'd experiment on my corpse. I would never experiment on my student's corpse. He actually seemed hurt by the suggestion. Even I have some boundaries. I just needed you to believe it, to fight with everything you had. His expression turned serious for a moment. Resources aren't meant to be handed over freely. They need to be earned. I studied his face, trying to reconcile this almost reasonable version with the usually manic Elder. So, all that about using my body for research? Motivation, he beamed. Besides, it's been quite entertaining having you around. Do you know how long it's been since anyone's properly appreciated my work? He caught himself coughing slightly. The research data alone made this worth it. I grabbed the vial before he could change his mind, trying not to think too hard about what kind of research he had in mind. As I limped toward the door, clutching my hard-won prize, the vine kept checking my injuries, its tip brushing over the worst cuts and bruises. A light tap on my ribs made me wince, definitely broken. I'm fine, imaterd. The vine's tip flicked against my cheek, its way of calling me out on obvious lies. It had seen exactly how hard that thing had hit me. Okay, not fine, but alive. I managed a weak smile. Thanks to you. It squeezed my arm gently in response, then tugged insistently toward the door. Right. We should probably get out of here before the Elder came up with any more tests. As we left, I made a mental note. Next time I needed something from Elder Malric, I was bringing a written request, preferably delivered from a safe distance. Maybe by messenger pigeon. The vine's gentle squeeze around my arm suggested it approved of that plan. Chapter 67. Flight. I woke to the red sunlight streaming through my window and the familiar weight of the vine around my neck. It had taken to draping itself across my eyes when it thought I was sleeping too long, but today it was just lounging contentedly, one tendril idly tracing patterns on my shoulder. Fortunately, after my lesson yesterday, there was no arrogant young master waiting for me outside. I had no plans of fighting a peak rank 1 anytime soon, at least not until I was confident in winning. Master, are you planning to train with Elder Malric today? Azure asked, pulling me away from my thoughts. I suppressed a shudder. Absolutely not. I don't want to know what other lessons he has planned. Getting thrown into a nightmare forest once was enough. Thank you. The vine tightened slightly at the memory, and I reached up to pat it. Besides, I continued, pulling out the crystal vial of earth essence, we have more important things to do. Time to see if this will work with the World Tree Sutra. You're concerned about the compatibility? I turned the vial, watching the liquefied stone swirl within. It's not exactly the same as Cultivation World Earth Essence. The energy signature is different. I could feel it even through the crystal where normal Earth Essence felt like ancient mountains and deep caves. This had an almost metallic quality to it, sharp and somehow hungry. The World Tree Sutra was specifically designed to handle various energy types, Azure replied thoughtfully. And given how the Genesis seed has already adapted to the Red Sun's energy, it should be able to process this variant of Earth Essence. The fundamental principles remain similar, even if the exact manifestation differs. I nodded. That had been my reasoning as well. The World Tree Sutra was nothing if not adaptable. It had to be, given its ultimate goal of creating an entire universe. Still, best to be careful. Settling into a meditation pose, I placed the vial between my palms and closed my eyes. The process for absorbing the earth essence would be similar to how I'd handled the water essence, but I'd need to adjust the formation slightly to account for the different energy type. Remember, Azure advised, the flowing rivers formation needs to be modified. Earth moves differently than water, more gradual, but with greater momentum. I could see the pattern he was suggesting in my mind, the flowing curves replaced by angular lines that intersected like tectonic plates. Following his guidance, I began channeling my chi through the new formation. My awareness shifted to my inner world. The Genesis seed dominated the space as always, its massive form a constant reminder of what I was working toward. The miniature red sun still cowered in its corner, though it seemed to have grown slightly more comfortable with its role as an energy source. As I guided the earth essence through the formation, I could feel it responding differently than the water had. Where that had been fluid and eager, this moved with deliberate purpose, each particle of energy finding its precise place in the pattern before the next would flow. The Genesis seed stirred as the first traces of earth essence reached it. Its surface rippled with interest, and I felt an almost questioning sensation, like it was evaluating this new offering. Then its mouth opened, accepting the essence with the same careful consideration it had shown for the water. The effect was immediate. Power surged through my inner world as the space expanded rapidly, growing by 10 cubic meters. The air itself seemed to thicken with earth essence, and in places I could see the energy trying to coalesce into actual terrain. Small patches of ground would start to form, only to dissolve back into pure essence moments later. The Genesis seed appears to be establishing the foundational matrix for physical manifestation, Azure commented. Once you acquire the wind essence, you should be able to begin actually shaping the environment. Current status: cultivation, Chi condensation stage 4. Inner world, 135 cubic meters. Soul essence, 800/800. Spiritual essence, 750/750. Physical essence, 700/700. I nodded absently, more focused on an unexpected development. My spiritual essence had increased by 50 points. That's interesting. I wouldn't have expected essence from this world to affect my cultivation base directly. Look closer at the Genesis seed, Azure suggested. I directed my spiritual sense toward it and noticed something. The seed wasn't just storing the earth essence. It was actively converting it, breaking down its structure and reforming it into something that matched the fundamental energy of my inner world. The World Tree Sutra operates on spiritual essence as its base component, Azure explained. Rather than trying to incorporate foreign energy types directly, it transforms them into a compatible form. Quite elegant, really? That makes sense. I withdrew from my inner world, absently rubbing my temples. The conversion process had left me with a slight headache. Not painful exactly, but like I could feel my energy pathways adjusting to the new power. So, Azure said after a moment, will you be returning to the cultivation world now? I glanced toward Elder Malric's laboratory. Soon, but I'd like to learn the flying rune first. Being able to fly would make things much more convenient back home. I paused, then admitted, and it would feel wrong to leave without saying goodbye to the Elder. However crazy his methods might be. Enjoying the story? Show your support by reading it on the official site. Oh, Azure's tone was teasing. Have you grown fond of our eccentric instructor? I shrugged, uncomfortable with the observation even though it was true. He's the first actual teacher I've had since being Ice Guide, and even with all his peculiarities, he genuinely wants to help. Most of the time, when he's not trying to traumatize me for science. The vine chose that moment to wrap itself more securely around my neck, its familiar weight comforting. I reached up to touch it gently. And I'm going to miss you most of all, little buddy. The vine unwound slightly so it could look at me properly, its tip tilted in a way that somehow managed to convey both confusion and concern. Then it rewound itself even more firmly than before, as if declaring it had no intention of going anywhere. Azure? I asked quietly. Is there any way to take it with us? Theoretically possible, Azure replied, his tone gentle. But not at your current cultivation level. I sighed, continuing to stroke the vine's length. I know, and the next time we're here, the loop will have reset. All our time together, all these memories, they'll be gone. The vine's grip tightened in protest, not understanding what I meant. There may be techniques in the Azure Peak sect that could help, Azure suggested. Soul-sharing methods that would let you transfer memories when you return. I scratched the spot where the vine liked it best, just behind its sensory cluster. Something to look into, I agreed. I'm not giving up on you that easily. The vine rewarded me with a gentle tap on the nose, its way of telling me I was being unnecessarily dramatic. I couldn't help but smile. Even though it didn't fully understand why I was sad, it was still trying to cheer me up. When I entered Elder Malric's laboratory later that morning, I had to duck immediately to avoid a blast of crimson energy. The Elder was in the middle of what appeared to be an experiment involving two massive plants locked in combat. Their leaves and branches clashed like swords while traces of half-formed runes flickered around them. The amount of power they were giving off was staggering, well beyond what even a rank 2 practitioner should be capable of. I carefully edged around the perimeter of their battle, not wanting to end up as collateral. Oh! Elder Malric looked up from making notes, looking surprised. I didn't expect to see you for a while. You didn't look particularly happy yesterday. I waved my hand dismissively. Water under the bridge, or earth essence under the bridge, as the case may be. Relief flickered across his face, but he hid it quickly with a grin. Excellent. What would you like to work on? With a casual wave of his hand, he created barrier around the battling plants, containing their destructive energy. I was hoping to learn the flying rune. His eyes lit up. Oh, that's a fun one. He practically bounced over to a shelf, retrieving a scroll that looked significantly less weathered than most of his collection. This is the basic flight rune for rank 2 Skybound. Nothing too fancy, you won't be breaking any speed records, and with your current energy capacity I wouldn't recommend more than 15 minutes of continuous flight. But it's remarkably efficient in terms of red sun energy consumption. I studied the rune design carefully. The pattern resembled a pair of wings, but with geometric precision that reminded me of the aviation diagrams I'd seen in my old world. Straight lines represented lift vectors, while curved segments suggested airflow patterns. At the center, a complex knot of lines formed what looked like a miniature vortex. The back is the ideal location, Elder Malric continued, already reaching for his carving tools. Helps with energy distribution and makes it easier to maintain proper orientation during flight. So, would you like me to do the honors? At my nod, he produced the familiar ritual knife. The blade glowed faintly red as he charged it with energy. This might sting a bit, he warned, though his grin suggested he wasn't particularly concerned about my comfort. Try to hold still. The process was quick, less than a minute of sharp, precise cuts. Each stroke burned briefly before fading to a dull ache as the rune took hold. The vine watched the entire process intently, ready to intervene if the elder got too enthusiastic with the knife. Now then, the elder stepped back, clapping his hands together. A familiar gleam entered his eyes as he formed a complex series of hand signs. Let's give you some room to practice. The laboratory ceiling suddenly shot upward, expanding until it was lost in shadow at least 30 meters above us. The walls seemed to ripple and stretch, creating a space roughly the size of a large courtyard. Start with the basics, he instructed. Channel energy through your fundamental rune into the flight pattern. Focus on generating lift first. Don't worry about directional control until you've mastered hovering. I nodded, directing power through the tree pattern on my chest. The new rune activated immediately, sending a strange tingling sensation across my back. My feet left the ground for about half a second before I crashed back down. Less power, Azure suggested. You're overwhelming the lift vectors. Try reducing the input by 30%. My next attempt got me a full meter up before I started spinning uncontrollably. The vine had to shoot out several tendrils to grab nearby shelves, stabilizing me before I could knock over any of the Elder's experiments. Good. Elder Malric looked delighted. Your little friend's help is quite effective, but try to maintain your own balance. Focus on keeping your core centered. The next hour was filled with various attempts at mastering basic flight. I learned that too much power sent me shooting toward the ceiling, while too little resulted in an awkward hopping motion that the elder found highly entertaining. Directional control was even trickier. My first attempt at forward movement somehow sent me backward and slightly to the left. But gradually, with Azure's adjustments and Elder Malric's practical advice, I began to get the hang of it. The key was treating it like swimming through air, smooth, controlled movements rather than the jerky corrections I'd been trying. By the time we finished, I could maintain stable flight at various heights and move in any direction without accidentally spinning or crashing into walls. It wasn't exactly graceful yet, but it was functional. Well done. Elder Malric clapped as I landed somewhat less awkwardly than my previous attempts. You've picked it up faster than most, though I suspect having two teachers helped. He winked at the vine, which had finally stopped hovering anxiously every time I went more than a meter off the ground. As I opened my mouth to thank him, I was interrupted by hesitant footsteps in the corridor. A young initiate appeared in the doorway, hand raised to knock. When he saw Elder Malric, he immediately dropped into a deep bow. My sincerest apologies for the interruption, honored elder, he said, voice trembling slightly. But there's an urgent matter. His eyes darted to me meaningfully. Elder Malric waved his hand dismissively. Yes, what is it? The initiate straightened but kept his eyes lowered respectfully. They have Kieran. Who are they? I asked, though I had a sinking feeling I already knew. The vine around my neck tensed, sensing my sudden anxiety. Zoran. The initiate's voice cracked. He's holding Kieran in the Eastern Training Grounds. Says he won't let him leave until you come fight him. I frowned. The Academy has strict rules against. Obviously, he's not calling it a hostage situation. The initiate cut in with a scowl. You know how he works. He knows exactly how to phrase things to stay just within the rules while... He trailed off, running a hand through his hair. I'll be there, I said quietly. The initiate bowed again to Elder Malric before hurrying away. Master. Azure's voice was cautious. What do you plan to do? I glanced at the doorway. Even if this is just a loop, I can't leave him like this. Kieran tried to warn me about Zoran. They're after me. Not him, he doesn't deserve this. Do you think you can defeat him? I shook my head. I couldn't handle a half-step rank 2, and while I might stand a chance against a peak rank 1, beating one, I let out a hollow laugh. Not likely. Then what exactly do you plan to do? A smile slowly spread across my face as an idea took shape. I turned to Elder Malric, who had gone back to making notes on his experiment. The vine perked up, clearly recognizing my expression. The one that usually meant I was about to do something either brilliant or incredibly stupid. Elder, would you happen to have a robe I could borrow? Chapter 68. Rank 2 Skybound. Kieran sat cross-legged on the grass of the Eastern Training Ground, surrounded by Zoran and his fresh group of followers. The faces around him were different from last week's crowd. Zoran went through lackeys like most people went through clothes, discarding them the moment they showed any signs of weakness or independent thought. The sun was beginning to set, casting long shadows across the training ground, painting everything in shades of crimson that made his skin crawl. He could feel his bloodline stirring restlessly beneath his skin, responding to both the red sunlight and his own growing anxiety. Comfortable, Tavel? Zoran asked. He stood a few paces away, perfectly positioned so that his shadow fell across Kieran's face. I do hope you're not finding our little wait too tedious. Kieran remained silent, focusing on his breathing as he had been for the past hour. It helped keep the bloodline quiet, though he could still feel it pushing against his control, wanting to emerge. The familiar sensation of bones shifting beneath his skin made him want to scratch until he bled, but he kept his hands still in his lap. He hadn't expected to end up here when he decided to use the Eastern Training Ground for some extra practice after classes. In retrospect, he should have known better. The Eastern grounds were closer to the dormitories used by the common-born initiates, exactly where someone hunting for Tomas might set up watch. Zoran had grown tired of searching for his prey and decided to make the prey come to him instead. When Kieran had walked in, alone and distracted by his own thoughts, the choice had practically made itself. After all, everyone had now heard how Kieran and the Natural were training buddies. The rune on Kieran's forehead flickered, trying to manifest as his thoughts darkened. He pushed it back down, ignoring the way his bones ached in protest. Even if he let the bloodline take over, it wouldn't be enough. Zoran was at the peak of rank 1, and his followers weren't far behind. Fighting would only make things worse. More importantly, Kieran knew the politics at play. The longer this dragged on, the harder it would be for the Academy to maintain its ignorance. There were limits to what even Zoran could get away with in broad daylight. Better to endure some temporary humiliation than escalate things to a point where the Academy would be forced to take notice, and possibly take action that would benefit no one. Young Master Zoran. One of the lackeys spoke up, a thin boy with close-cropped hair whose name Kieran could never remember. Perhaps we should send another message? It's been over an hour. Zoran's hand shot out, catching the boy across the face with a casual backhand that made him stumble back. Did I ask for your opinion? He asked softly, never taking his eyes off Kieran. These commoner types are all the same, too proud for their own good. He won't be able to resist playing the hero. The Natural will come, won't he, Tavel? His lips curved into a cruel smile. And when he does? Kieran sincerely hoped not. The whole situation was absurd, using him as bait to lure out someone who was probably even less capable of handling Zoran than Kieran himself. If Tomas had any sense at all, he'd stay far away. He won't come, Kieran said, keeping his voice steady. He barely knows me. This earned him a kick to the ribs from another of his followers that sent him sprawling. Liar, the scarred boy spat. We know all about your combat practice. You seem pretty friendly to me. Kieran pushed himself back into a sitting position, wincing. We exchanged maybe 10 words. That's hardly. Another kick cut him off, this time catching him in the shoulder. The pain sent a surge of energy through his bloodline, and for a moment, bones began to push through his skin before he forced them back with gritted teeth. Oh! Zoran's eyebrows rose with interest. Was that the famous Tavel bloodline trying to emerge? Please, don't hold back on my account. His smile showed too many teeth. I'd love to see if it lives up to the stories. Kieran knew better than to rise to the bait. His family's bloodline technique was impressive, yes, but it came with a price. The longer he used it, the more the Red Sun's influence affected his mind. Even if by some miracle he managed to defeat Zoran's lackeys, he'd probably end up losing control and killing someone in the process. The Academy might overlook a lot of things, but murder was still technically forbidden. Besides, he consoled himself Zoran wouldn't dare go too far. House Tavel might not think much of Kirin anymore, but they still had appearances to maintain. A minor noble house like Zoran's couldn't risk severely injuring a scion of one of the great houses, no matter how disappointing that scion might be. Tomas, on the other hand, had no such protection. If he actually showed up, a sudden movement in Kirin's peripheral vision made him tense. But it was just another of Zoran's cronies shifting position. They were all on edge, he realized. Despite their show of confidence, they knew they were pushing boundaries. If the wrong person happened to pass by, senior brother Zoran, the youngest of the group, Bane, if Kirin remembered correctly, called out softly, "Perhaps we should move somewhere more private." Scared, Bane? Zoran's tone was light, but there was an edge to it that made the younger student flinch. "Don't worry, I've made sure we won't be interrupted. The regular patrols have been redirected." That explained the lack of supervisors. Zoran must have called in some favors, arranged for this particular area to be conveniently overlooked. It was the kind of detailed planning that made him truly dangerous, not just his cultivation, but his ability to manipulate the Academy's systems to his advantage. Time crawled by with excruciating slowness. The red sun continued its journey across the sky, its crimson light growing more intense as it approached the 7th hour. Kirin could feel its influence pressing against his mind, making the bone rune pulse with increasing urgency. The bloodline wanted out, wanted to fight, to prove its worth through violence. "Young master," another lackey called out, this one a tall girl with elaborate braids. "Someone's coming." Above them, suspended impossibly in midair, a robed figure hung motionless against the backdrop of the red sun. The figure's presence seemed to command attention, drawing all eyes up as though pulled by an invisible force. The robes were unmistakable. Only a rank 2 skybound would dare to wear that shade of blue within the Academy walls. The golden trim along the edges marked them as an elder's direct disciple, one of the few granted the privilege of flight within the Academy. Stolen from Royal Road, this story should be reported if encountered on Amazon. The figure began descending, their blue robes rippling unnaturally in the still air. They landed on the training ground without disturbing a single blade of grass. Their hood was drawn up, concealing their face in shadows deeper than natural darkness, a common enchantment meant to maintain the mystery of higher-ranked disciples. A glance at Zoran's face confirmed what Kirin had already suspected. This wasn't part of the plan. The young noble's carefully maintained expression of superiority had cracked, revealing a flash of genuine uncertainty. Whatever backing Zoran had arranged for this confrontation, it clearly hadn't included intervention from a rank 2 disciple. Hope flickered briefly in Kirin's chest. Had the Academy actually sent someone to maintain order? But no, his experiences had taught him that the higher one climbed in cultivation, the more unstable they tended to become. For all he knew, this could make things even worse. Zoran recovered quickly, dropping into a respectful bow. His followers immediately mimicked the gesture, though Kirin noticed their movements were stiff and forced. "Honored senior," Zoran said smoothly, though there was a slight tremor in his voice. "How may we be of assistance?" The hooded figure remained silent for a moment, and Kirin could have sworn he saw a flash of amusement in the shadows where a face should be. When the figure finally spoke, the voice was oddly distorted, as if coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. "I find myself curious about this gathering," the figure said. "What brings so many students to the training grounds at this hour?" Zoran straightened from his bow, though he kept his head slightly lowered in deference. "Nothing of importance, honored senior. We're simply waiting for a friend to join us for some additional practice." His followers nodded eagerly in agreement, but Kirin noticed they were carefully avoiding looking directly at the hooded figure. Something about the senior's presence seemed to unsettle them on an instinctive level. The figure's hood turned slightly, focusing on Kirin. "Is that so? Because I've heard rather different rumors." Something about an initiate being held against their will. Zoran shot Kieran a warning look, one that promised severe consequences for any deviation from the story. But Kieran had already decided. If the senior was actually here to help, lying would only make things worse. And if they weren't, well, the truth couldn't make his situation much worse. "They've kept me here since classes ended," Kieran said, managing a respectful bow of his own despite being seated. "I should be studying for the examination, but instead I'm forced to waste time as part of their game." The hood tilted slightly, and Kieran felt the weight of hidden eyes examining him. Then the figure raised one hand, and a familiar rune flashed briefly on their palm, a wood element marking that made Kieran's breath catch in his throat. The grass around them began to stir, despite there being no wind. Small shoots and vines emerged from the perfectly maintained lawn, twisting and growing at an impossible rate. They gathered around the hooded figure like attendants awaiting orders, their movements carrying an unsettling sense of intelligence. Zoran took an involuntary step back, his carefully maintained facade crumbling. "Honored Senior, there seems to have been a misunderstanding. I apologize for any offense. An ant dares to lie to me?" The figure's distorted voice carried an edge that made everyone present flinch. The plants responded to their master's displeasure, drawing closer to Zoran and his followers with predatory grace.
No.
Yes. Zoran dropped into another bow, deeper this time. It was a momentary lapse in judgment. "Please forgive this junior's thoughtlessness." The plants paused in their advance as Zoran continued to grovel, practically pressing his forehead to the ground. Seeing their leader's complete submission seemed to break something in his followers. They began backing away, their earlier bravado completely forgotten. "The boy can go," Zoran said quickly, gesturing at Kieran without looking up. "I won't trouble him again. He's free to leave. You presume?" The hooded figure cut him off, the plants tensing at their words. "To decide who may go or stay?"
No.
"Of course not." Zoran's voice had risen almost to a squeak. "That was presumptuous of me. I apologize, honored senior." The figure remained still for a long moment. Then, with a casual wave of their hand, they dismissed the gathered plants. The vines and shoots retreated, returning to their original positions as if they had never moved at all. "Leave," the figure said simply, making a dismissive gesture. Zoran and his followers didn't need to be told twice. They scrambled to their feet and fled, nearly tripping over each other in their haste to escape. Kieran caught fragments of their panicked conversation as they ran. "Young master, what about Senior Baldric?" one of them whispered urgently. "He's rank 2 as well, surely he could dash." "Shut up," Zoran hissed furiously. "Senior Baldric won't risk moving against an elder's direct disciple, you fool. Do you want me to be slapped to death?" Their voices faded into the distance, leaving Kieran alone with the mysterious senior. He quickly got to his feet and bowed deeply. "This junior thanks the honored senior for their intervention," he said, keeping his eyes lowered. "There's no need to bow, Kieran," the figure replied in a completely normal voice. "It's what friends do." Kieran's head snapped up, his eyes widening. That voice. The figure reached up and pulled back their hood, revealing Tomas' familiar face wearing an amused smile. A vine poked out from behind his neck, giving what could only be described as a cheerful wave. "But how?" Kieran stammered. "Those robes. The flying. You're rank 1. Before Tomas could answer, a massive explosion shook the ground beneath their feet. The impact was so powerful that both of them had to fight to maintain their balance. "What was that?" Tomas frowned, the vine around his neck tensing as if preparing for danger. Kieran's blood ran cold as he recognized the particular resonance of that explosion. He'd heard similar sounds during his family's lessons on siege warfare and academy defense. "I think," he said slowly, his voice barely above a whisper, "the academy is under attack." Chapter 69, Light Weavers. Another explosion rocked the academy grounds, this one close enough that I felt the heat on my face. The crimson sky above had become a battlefield, filled with floating figures hurling devastation at each other. Who would attack the academy? I asked Kieran, though I had a sneaking suspicion I already knew the answer. Who even has that kind of power? Only the Order of the First Light would attempt something this bold, Kieran replied, his face grim. They've grown more aggressive lately, but this... He shook his head in disbelief. This is unprecedented. The Order of the First Light, followers of the Blue Sun, sworn enemies of the Academy and everything it represented. I'd stumbled into more than just a conflict between villages and raiders. This was a war between two ancient powers, each claiming divine right through their respective celestial patrons. Follow me, Kieran said, already moving. The Academy has evacuation points for situations like this. There's one in the lowest levels that can shield us from... He ducked as debris rained down from another explosion. From that, I couldn't help but laugh, though there was no humor in it. The irony, I muttered as we started running. First I was fleeing from the Skybound, now I'm fleeing with them. What? Kieran glanced at me in confusion. Nothing. I shrugged off the blue and gold-trimmed robe Elder Malric had lent me. It had belonged to his previous student back when he was rank 2, and while the disguise had served its purpose with Zoran, it would only draw unwanted attention now. What are you doing? Kieran asked, pausing to look back at me. Higher-ranked robes will catch the eye of their elites, I explained, letting the expensive garment fall. Better to look like an ordinary initiate. Kieran nodded in understanding as we continued running. Above us, the Academy's defensive barrier shimmered with each impact, a vast dome of interlocked runic patterns that stretched from horizon to horizon. The attacks hitting it were visible now, massive spheres of blue energy that exploded against the shield in spectacular displays of light. Kieran must have noticed my concerned stare. Don't worry, he said, managing a tight smile. That barrier has stood for millenniums. It would take something far more powerful than... Kieran's face suddenly drained of what little color remained. The barrier vanished. Not gradually, not with any warning. One moment it was there, the next it simply ceased to exist. The sudden absence was like a physical blow, leaving me dizzy as the protective energies I hadn't even realized I was sensing disappeared. That's impossible, Kieran whispered. Unless... His eyes widened in realization. Someone betrayed us. They either disabled the barrier from inside or gave the Order information about the runic formations. Master! Azure's warning cut through my thoughts. Incoming attack. Left side. I grabbed Kieran without hesitation, activating Blink Step. We vanished in a blur of motion just as a sphere of blue fire screamed through the space we'd occupied. The fireball detonated against the ground with devastating force, turning the perfectly maintained grass into a smoking crater 20 feet wide. The heat was intense enough that I felt it even from our new position. That! Kieran swallowed hard. That was a rank 3 attack. We looked up to see two figures battling far above, one in the purple robes of a rank 3 skybound, the other in the white and gold vestments of what looked like a priest. They moved almost too fast to follow, their exchanges marked by explosions of blue and red energy. The fireball that had nearly killed us had been nothing more than a deflected attack. Are they actually priests? I asked, noting their religious-looking attire. Kieran shook his head with a hint of disgust. Light weavers. They like to act holy, dress up in those vestments and call themselves priests. But it's all theater. They're runic practitioners like us, just drawing power from the blue sun instead of the red. The religious act is just their way of justifying their actions and manipulating the mortals. The false priest above us unleashed another barrage of azure flames, each blast carrying enough power to level a building. The skybound countered with shields of crimson energy, but some of the attacks still broke through, leaving scorch marks on their robes. Seems like effective theater, I commented, watching another explosion light up the sky. The Order of the First Light knows how to put on a show, Kieran agreed with a frown. But don't let the act fool you. They're just as ruthless as any skybound. Maybe more so, since they've convinced themselves they're righteous. Master, Azure called me. It appears everyone in this world is driven mad by the two suns. The methods and justifications differ, but the end result seems to be the same: violence and fanaticism. I looked up at the twin celestial bodies hanging in the sky, one a comforting blue that seemed to promise stability and peace, the other a bloody crimson that stirred something primal in my core. I frowned, realizing how naive I'd been. I'd assumed the followers of the blue sun would be the sane ones, the reasonable counterpoint to the red sun's obvious corruption. But if Kieran was right and not just spouting propaganda, then they were actually worse. Their madness just wore a prettier mask. Was the two suns world some sort of cursed realm? But right now, we need to get inside, Kieran continued, pulling me toward the Academy's main structure. The evacuation points are in the lowest levels. As we made our way to the main building, the sky above us was chaos incarnate. Everywhere I looked, battles raged between skybound and lightweavers. Runic formations lit up the air like constellations, circles of power that unleashed devastation in a dozen different forms. A rank for skybound traced wind runes in the air, their fingers leaving trails of crimson energy. The runes pulsed once before unleashing a barrage of wind blades, each one sharp enough to slice through stone. The attack turned the very air into a lethal storm of invisible edges. The Lightweaver countered with a barrier of pure azure light that shimmered like a soap bubble. The wind blades crashed against it in a cacophony of shrieking air and flashing energy, each impact sending ripples across the barrier's surface. Not waiting for the assault to end, the Lightweaver spun their hands, manifesting a complex runic array that sent pillars of blue fire spiraling toward their opponent. The Skybound responded by forming more wind runes, creating a swirling vortex that dispersed the flames and sent them scattering harmlessly into the sky. Another battle nearby ended in an instant when a Lightweaver's light blade severed his opponent's head, sending the body tumbling from the sky. But before he could celebrate, a blast of crimson energy from above reduced him to ash. Find this and other great novels on the author's preferred platform. Support original creators. Watching the sheer power being thrown around made me feel small and insignificant. Even with all my enhancements, I was nothing compared to these titans. The energy radiating from their clashes alone made my skin crawl and my bones ache. Don't focus on them, Kieran advised. Right now, only the higher ranks are fighting. The Order's rank 1 disciples won't enter the battle until the skies are cleared. That's when we'd be expected to fight. He tugged my arm. Until then, our job is to get to safety. I nodded, trying to focus on putting one foot in front of the other. Then something caught my eye, a familiar figure floating high above the Academy's western courtyard. Vyara. She faced off against a Lightweaver wielding a staff made of condensed light, their battle illuminating the clouds above. Her ice runes activated in complex patterns across her skin as she wove between the false priest's attacks, retaliating with precisely aimed spears of crimson-tinted ice. "You dare challenge the Beloved's chosen?" the priest shouted. "Your corruption ends today. Spare me your zealotry." Vyara snapped back, frost crystallizing in the air around her. "I've heard enough sermons from the elders for one lifetime." She gestured sharply, and dozens of ice needles materialized around her. Each one caught the red sunlight differently, creating a deadly rainbow as they shot toward her opponent. The priest's light rune flared as he spun his staff, creating a dome of pure radiance that shattered the ice projectiles before they could reach him. "Your parlor tricks cannot stand against true faith." "Faith!" Vyara laughed, the sound as cold as her powers. "Let me show you something worth believing in." The temperature plummeted as she activated her trump card, a rune hidden beneath her hair. Frost spread across her skin in intricate patterns as she gathered power, the air itself becoming solid around her. The priest must have sensed the danger. His barrier expanded, layers of light stacking on top of each other as he poured everything he had into defense. It wasn't enough. Vyara's attack struck with the force of an avalanche, flash freezing everything in its path. The priest's barriers shattered one after another, each layer buying only a fraction of a second before succumbing to the cold. When the ice cleared, the priest lay broken on the ground, his robes covered in frost. For a moment, I thought it was over. Then light began gathering around his body. The Lightweaver stood, his injuries closing before my eyes as sacred energy knit flesh and bone back together. His expression was serene as he faced Vyara again, now floating at ground level. "The Beloved's light cleanses all wounds," he said simply, raising his staff. "Your ice cannot triumph over divine grace." Vyara's eyes widened as she realized the truth. She'd exhausted herself landing a killing blow, only to watch her opponent literally rise from the dead. She turned to flee, but her movements were sluggish from fatigue. There is no escape from judgment. The priest's light rune blazed as he gestured with his staff. Spears of pure radiance materialized around him, each one aimed at Vyara's heart. She managed to raise a hasty ice shield, but she was too exhausted to make it thick enough. The light spears pierced through her defense like it wasn't there. The first spear caught her in the shoulder, spinning her around. The second punched through her chest. The third and fourth struck her legs. She fell like a broken doll, her connection to the red sun failing as she plummeted toward the ground. Her body struck the academy's courtyard with a sickening sound, bouncing once before coming to rest in a crumpled heap. I watched it happen with mixed emotions. This was the same woman who had massacred an entire village without remorse, who had seen mortal lives as insignificant. Yet seeing her cut down so easily was unsettling. It was a harsh reminder that in this world power was relative. Today's unstoppable force could become tomorrow's victim in an instant. "We need to get inside," Kiran said, as we arrived at the academy's main building. Now, we weren't the only ones fleeing inside. Other initiates rushed past us, their faces showing varying degrees of panic and determination. Some clutched weapons or treasured possessions, while others ran with nothing but the robes on their backs. Their conversations carried to us in fragments as we joined the flow of students. "Did you see Elder Lune fall? The barrier, how did they disable it so quickly? My brother's in the outer dormitory. Has anyone seen Dash? Just keep running. The evacuation point Dash." We descended deeper into the academy, passing through corridors I'd never seen before. The architecture grew older the further down we went, changing from precise geometric patterns to more organic shapes carved directly into the living rock. "These tunnels predate the academy itself," Kiran explained for some reason as we ran. "Some say they were built before the twin suns appeared." I didn't have the luxury to reply as more explosions rocked the building, sending dust raining down from the ceiling. I could hear fighting getting closer. The battle was spreading from the sky to the ground. Finally, we reached our destination, a massive chamber deep beneath the academy. The room itself was a marvel of ancient engineering. Runic arrays covered every surface, their patterns more complex than anything I'd seen in the modern academy. At the center stood a raised platform covered in activation circles, clearly meant to trigger whatever defenses the chamber possessed. "We need to seal the room," someone shouted over the noise, "before they reach us. My sister's still out there. We can't wait forever. Better we survive than no one." One of the older initiates, I recognized the aura rolling off him as a peak rank 1 skybound strode toward the central platform. "We don't have time to debate this," he announced. "I'm activating the seal now." His hand reached for the activation circle, and stopped. A white-haired, middle-aged man in silver robes stood beside him, one hand gently but firmly restraining the initiate's wrist. I hadn't seen him enter. By the shocked expressions around me, no one had. "I knew you would gather here," he said softly. "I volunteered to handle this task myself. After all." His smile was gentle, almost fatherly as he surveyed the room full of terrified students. "Someone needs to purify the Red Sun's spawn. Don't be afraid, children. You'll soon join the ranks of the Beloved in the next life." Chapter 70. Fighting a Rank 2 Lightweaver. My first instinct when I saw the priest was to grab Kiran and blink-step us both to safety. Unfortunately, that instinct led us straight into an invisible barrier with enough force to knock the breath from my lungs. We stumbled backward, and I cursed under my breath as I realized what was happening. Behind us, The priest had forced the peak rank 1 Skybound's hand onto the activation rune. The chamber's ancient defenses had sealed us inside with our would-be executioner. Master, Azure's voice cut through my rising panic. The Light Weaver. He's rank 2. That information should have been reassuring. After all, theoretically, a rank 2 was much less threatening than the rank 3 and 4 practitioners currently devastating the academy above. But something about the priest's serene smile made my blood run cold. I didn't have any confidence in beating a rank 2, but if the chamber wasn't sealed, I might have at least been able to escape. Now though, Kieran? I asked, keeping my voice low. How long will the chamber stay sealed? He shook his head, eyes fixed on the priest. There's a master rune outside. Only an elder with the corresponding key can deactivate it. The plan is usually for them to let us out when it's time to join the battle, but now. A rune flickered to life on the priest's hand, the one still gripping the peak rank 1 Skybound's wrist. The marking was beautiful in a terrible way, resembling a blooming flower made of pure light. The Skybound tried to pull away, but it was already too late. Light spread from the priest's hand like liquid fire, engulfing the student's body. The screaming started immediately, raw, animal sounds that made several initiates cover their ears. I forced myself to watch as the purification consumed the Skybound. His flesh seemed to dissolve, breaking down into motes of light that scattered like dust in the wind. In seconds, there was nothing left but empty robes drifting to the ground. The priest calmly wiped his hands, as if he'd just finished some minor household chore. That's one who has returned to the beloved's embrace, he announced. Looking around the chamber, I saw terror written across every face. These were Skybound initiates, people who had been trained since childhood to embrace violence, to revel in the Red Sun's madness. But faced with such a methodical, almost peaceful form of execution, they looked like what they really were, scared children. Couldn't blame them. The Red Sun's influence might drive its followers toward violence and bloodshed, but at least that was a primal, understandable kind of madness. What I saw in the priest's eyes was something far worse, the absolute certainty of a true believer. I turned to Kieran, who was staring at the empty robes with his mouth partially open. We don't have a choice, I said quietly. We need to fight. What's the point? He gestured at the priest, who was now smiling benevolently at the terrified initiates. We can't beat that thing. I felt myself smile. Probably not the most reassuring expression given the circumstances. If we're going to die anyway, might as well try to take it down with us. What do you say? I met his eyes. Want to help me kill a rank 2? Kieran stared at me for a long moment, then shook his head with a laugh. You're right. The rune on his forehead flared to life, his eyes taking on that familiar crimson glow. Might as well make it count. I watched as bones began pushing through his skin, forming that disturbing but impressive armor. The transformation looked even more painful up close, but Kieran's smile only grew wider as madness crept into his expression. Meanwhile, I looked around the chamber with growing frustration. No plants, not even a hint of moss in this underground room. I'd have to work with what I had. Activating my wood element rune, I generated 3 vine constructs, each one hiding a nasty surprise. Listen up, I shouted at the other Skybound initiates. You have 2 choices, fight or die. Which will it be? They hesitated, looking between each other uncertainly. Then I saw recognition flash across several faces as they noticed the elemental rune on my palm. Whispers spread through the group. Elemental runes? Rank 2. We might have a chance. I didn't bother correcting their assumption. If they wanted to believe a senior was fighting alongside them, let them. It might give them the courage they needed to survive the next few minutes. The first attack came from a muscular girl with tiger-like stripes burning across her skin. Her transformation rune blazed as she launched herself at the priest, moving fast enough to leave afterimages. 3 others followed her lead, their bodies warping in different ways, one growing crystalline armor, another extending blade-like claws, a third seemingly activating a bloodline rune to dissolve into a shadow. The priest didn't move as they charged. He simply raised one hand, a rune on his palm flaring with golden light. A barrier materialized around him, catching all 4 attacks simultaneously. The initiates bounced off like insects hitting a window. "Your conviction is admirable," he said, his voice still gentle, but misplaced. The rune on his palm pulsed once, and beams of light shot outward like spears. The tiger-striped girl managed to dodge, but the others weren't so lucky. The light pierced through their enhanced bodies like they were made of paper, leaving perfectly circular holes where vital organs should have been. They didn't even have time to scream. More initiates joined the fight, desperation driving them forward. A boy with metallic skin tried to grapple the priest while another with multiple arms attempted to strike his blind spots. A girl whose runes let her generate waves of force attacked from range while others used their enhanced speed to probe for weaknesses. None of it mattered. When the priest tapped the metallic boy on the forehead, a rune on his fingertips turned the student's own enhancement against him, transmuting his metal skin into pure light that scattered like dust. The multi-armed initiate's extra limbs were severed by a casual gesture, cauterized instantly by the same light that cut them. Reading on this site, this novel is published elsewhere. Support the author by seeking out the original. I watched it all, analyzing his movements, looking for patterns. "Kieran," I said quietly, "I need you to make me an opening." He nodded, his bone armor shifting as he took aim. Deadly projectiles shot from his body like arrows from a dozen bows, each one aimed at a different vital point. The priest's barrier flickered into existence again, deflecting the bones with ease. But I noticed something. The barrier only appeared where it was needed, suggesting he couldn't maintain it constantly. Was he trying to conserve energy? While Kieran kept up his barrage, I watched the priest continue his methodical execution of the other students. He caught one by the neck, lifting the struggling initiate with inhuman strength. The snap of breaking bones was lost amid the chaos of battle. That's when I saw it, a microscopic delay between dropping his barrier and beginning his next attack. I didn't hesitate. My vines shot forward, wrapping around his limbs like serpents. The priest's serene expression flickered for just a moment, showing genuine surprise as he glanced down at the plants restraining him. The vines constricted further, making him grunt as he tried to break free. They wouldn't be able to hold him for long, but they didn't need to. "Now!" I shouted. Kieran didn't hesitate. He charged forward, a massive spear of bone extending from his right arm. The priest's eyes widened as he tried to raise another barrier, but the vines restricted his movement just enough. The bone spear punched through the priest's abdomen with a wet sound, emerging from his back in a spray of blood. For a moment, everything stopped. The remaining initiates held their breath, hoping. Then the priest laughed. His mouth opened impossibly wide, revealing a rune carved onto his tongue. It flared with a golden light, and before anyone could react, a beam of pure radiance struck Kieran directly in the chest. The hole it left was perfectly circular, cauterized by the intense heat. Kieran stood there for a moment, mouth open in shock, before collapsing to the ground. His bone armor began crumbling away as the light faded from his eyes.
No.
The word escaped me before I could stop it. We'd barely known each other, but seeing him fall, something inside me burned. The priest casually ripped my vines away from his limbs, already opening his mouth to deliver another sermon. That's when the explosive seeds I'd hidden inside the vines detonated. The blast was impressive even by my standards. The shockwave knocked several nearby initiates off their feet, and for a moment, the chamber was filled with smoke and flying debris. My satisfaction lasted exactly as long as it took for the smoke to clear. The priest stood there, his wounds rapidly knitting themselves closed with threads of light. He reached down and pulled the bone spear from his abdomen, tossing it almost casually. It struck another initiate in the chest, killing them instantly. "A rank 1 skybound using elemental attacks," he said, his peaceful expression finally cracking into something closer to anger. "Just what kind of abomination are you?" I opened my mouth to reply, but he vanished in a flash of golden light. One moment I was staring at empty air. The next I was looking directly into his eyes as he materialized inches from my face. Pain exploded through my chest. I looked down to find his hand buried in my torso, glowing with that terrible light. Blood filled my mouth as I tried and failed to move. The priest's smile returned, gentle as ever. For you, I'll have to perform a more thorough cleansing. The few remaining initiates tried to help, but a bubble of light expanded around us, cutting off any interference. The vine hidden under my robe shot toward the priest's throat in a desperate attack. His free hand caught it easily, holding it as it writhed and struggled to break free. Oh! He examined the vine with a look of interest. You want to protect your master? How touching. His grip tightened. Well, I suppose I'll have to purify you as well. As the priest's gaze fell back on me, the hand in my chest began to glow, and suddenly every nerve in my body was on fire. I tried to scream but couldn't. My muscles were locked in place by whatever power he was channeling into me. His other hand lit up as well, and I heard my vine's shriek of agony. I could feel myself coming apart, my very essence being converted into that same golden light I'd seen claim so many others. The pain was beyond anything I could have imagined. Even worse than I was transformed into a sun-touched. My thoughts started to fragment, reality breaking down along with my body. Master! Azure's voice cut through the haze of agony. Focus! With the last of my concentration, I channeled every drop of red sun energy I had left into the explosive seed rune carved into my index finger. The priest seemed too caught up in his own speech to notice, his voice ringing through the chamber as he addressed the horrified audience. Watch closely, children of corruption, he proclaimed, that gentle smile still fixed on his face. See how the beloved's light cleanses even the most twisted souls. The red sun's taint runs deep in this one. A rank one wielding elements, defying the natural order. But through sacred purification, all can be redeemed. His free hand gestured at my dissolving body. The pain you witness is merely the resistance of corrupted flesh. Soon, the beloved's light will wash away all impurity, leaving only. Then he felt it. The surge of power was impossible to miss. His eyes snapped down to meet mine, and despite the agony of being purified, I managed to force my dissolving lips into a smile. Boom! I whispered. The explosion was nothing like the ones before. This was everything I had, every scrap of power, all compressed into a single point and then released. The light barrier containing us actually helped, focusing the blast inward instead of letting it dissipate. The last thing I saw was the priest's expression of genuine fear before everything within the barrier was reduced to ash. There would be no regeneration for him this time. No coming back. No body left to heal. Chapter 71. Rank 8. Elder Malric hummed quietly to himself as he traced intricate patterns in the air, his fingers leaving trails of crimson energy that hung suspended like strands of silk. The runes he drew were complex, far more elaborate than anything he taught the initiates. Yes, yes, he muttered, adding another set of interconnected symbols. The growth matrix needs to be perfectly balanced with the consciousness framework. Can't have another incident like last time. Poor thing thought it was a dragon for 3 days straight. Various half-finished experiments and mysterious apparatus surrounded him. But for once, the elder's full attention was focused on a single task. Now for the tricky part, he announced to no one in particular. His hands moved faster, weaving dozens of runes together into increasingly complex patterns. The individual symbols started merging, their separate meanings combining into something greater. Where the runes met, reality itself seemed to bend. The air shimmered like heat waves rising from sun-baked stone, and a sweet, garden-like scent filled the laboratory. At the center of the convergence, something began to take shape, not an energy construct, but actual living matter coalescing from pure runic power. Stems formed first, weaving themselves together into a sturdy central structure. Leaves sprouted in perfect symmetry and sensory clusters developed at key points. The end result was a vine unlike any found in nature, similar in many ways to the one that had chosen to follow his student, but with its own unique characteristics. Where his student's companion had been primarily green with hints of silver, this one displayed subtle patterns of crimson that shifted like flowing water beneath its surface. Elder Malric stepped back to admire his handiwork, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad at all. Now then, he took a deep breath, gathering his power. When he exhaled, the breath that left him was tinged with red sun energy. Carried more than just power, it held fragments of consciousness. The vine shuddered as the breath reached it. Its leaves trembled, and the crimson patterns beneath its surface began to pulse like a heartbeat. Though it couldn't speak, its movements became more purposeful, more aware. It turned toward Elder Malric with an almost questioning motion. There we are. The elder clapped his hands together in delight. Welcome to existence, little one. I'm your creator. Though I suppose you've already figured that out, haven't you? The vine bobbed in what could only be described as a nod, its tip curving into a gesture that somehow managed to convey both respect and curiosity. Now then, Elder Malric's expression grew serious. We need to have a talk about loyalty. You have to be good to your creator, understand? Your older brother left me for a new master. Can you believe it? Left me for my own student. The betrayal. The vine immediately wrapped itself into a complex knot, a gesture that, in the language of living plants, represented an unbreakable bond. The meaning was clear. It would never betray its creator. Ah, so confident. Elder Malric's serious expression melted into a fond smile, but then he shook his head. Only make that promise after you meet my student. He has a way with plants, that one. He'll probably seduce you too. The boy barely understands his own abilities, and he's already stealing my creations. The vine unwound itself, tilting its tip in a way that suggested confusion. Oh, don't worry about it, the elder waved dismissively. Now then, let's get down to business. First lesson, channeling the red sun's energy. He traced a simple rune in the air, one of the basic patterns taught to initiates. See this? This is the foundation of all runic arts. The key is not just drawing the pattern, but understanding how the energy flows through each line. Try it yourself. The vine studied the floating rune, its tip moving slightly as if memorizing the pattern. Then it slowly began attempting to trace the same shape. Red energy flickered around it, trying to form into the proper configuration. If you discover this tale on Amazon, be aware that it has been stolen. Please report the violation, only to collapse with a small fizzle. Elder Malric opened his mouth to offer some advice, but suddenly froze. His eyes focused on something distant, seeing through the walls of his laboratory to something far beyond. The playful eccentricity drained from his expression, replaced by an intensity that would have shocked those who only knew his usual demeanor. Without a word, he vanished. High above the academy, a group of figures floated in the air. The elders of the Order of the Last Light stood like statues, their faces grim as they watched their impenetrable barrier. The pride of the academy for millennia simply ceased to exist. Impossible, muttered Elder Jirik, the master of formations. His usually pristine white beard was disheveled from running his hands through it in agitation. There is no way they could have figured out how to bypass the barrier. The formations are perfect. There must be a traitor. Elder Malric appeared beside them, his arrival marked only by a slight distortion in the air. How bad is it? Elder Avery, her flame-red hair whipping in the wind, turned to face him. From the higher realms, they've brought multiple rank 7 practitioners. And she hesitated, her expression darkening. 2 rank 8s. 2 rank 8s. Elder Malric's eyes widened. Even one practitioner of that level was rare enough to shift the balance of power between sections 2 was unthinkable.
Elder Yun nodded.
It seems that Brat Cal has broken through yet again. He spat the name like a curse. I told you we should have ended him years ago when we had the chance. Elder Leo tried that. Elder Avery cut in. And now look at him, dead. Who would have thought a rank 5 could slaughter a rank 7? She shook her head. Cal was always different. Even before he joined the Order of the First Light, his talent was Their discussion was interrupted by a presence that made even these transcendent beings fall silent. A figure simply appeared before them, no flash of light, no dramatic entrance. One moment there was empty air, the next he stood among them as though he had always been there. The headmaster looked young, far too young to command such power. His hair was the color of fresh blood. His eyes the same shade but somehow clearer than any other practitioner of the Red Sun's arts. Where others showed signs of the madness that came with power, his gaze was sharp and focused. He wore red robes of the simplest design, yet they seemed to contain depths that hurt the eyes to look at directly. Most striking was his lack of presence. While the elders each radiated overwhelming power, the headmaster seemed to have none at all. If not for their eyes confirming his existence, they might have doubted he was there at all. The elders immediately lowered their heads in greeting. The headmaster didn't acknowledge them immediately. Instead, he gazed directly at the red sun overhead, his clear eyes showing none of the madness that tainted everyone else who dared look upon it. The academy stood before Cal was in his mother's womb, he said finally, and it will stand long after he is dust. The elders nodded, though several exchanged glances that suggested they weren't entirely convinced. Elder Avery, take the eastern quarter. Elder Jirik, the west. Elder June. The headmaster continued issuing orders, but he paused when he noticed one elder wasn't paying attention. Elder Malric stood apart from the others, his head tilted as though listening to something only he could hear. A small vine had manifested next to him. Not his newest creation, but another that seemed to be delivering some kind of message. Elder Malric, the headmaster called, his voice cutting through whatever communication was taking place. What's wrong? The usually energetic elder turned slowly, his face drained of color. For the first time in centuries, the headmaster saw real grief in the elder's eyes. My student, Elder Malric whispered. He's dead. Chapter 72. I'm back. Death has a peculiar way of focusing the mind. One moment, I was being transformed into pure light by a fanatical priest. The next, I was opening my eyes to find myself cocooned in a protective shell of vines within the Wei family's training ground. The transition was even smoother this time. Perhaps I really was getting used to dying. Master, Azure's voice carried a note of concern. How are you feeling? I took a deep breath, appreciating the simple act of having lungs that weren't being converted into divine energy. I'm fine. The night air was cool against my skin, carrying the scent of spirit herbs from the nearby gardens. How long was I gone for? Approximately 2 hours here, Azure replied. Though you spent about a month in the Two Suns world. I nodded, letting that sink in. Still plenty of time before the duel with Chunwu. More importantly, though, I turned my attention inward, examining my inner world. The Genesis seed still floated at the center, while the miniature red sun cowered in one corner, as usual. But what really drew my attention was the new addition. A tiny blue sun huddling in the opposite corner, as far from its red counterpart as possible. Congratulations on another power-up, Master, Azure said, a hint of pride in his voice. I couldn't help but smile. If it wasn't for the Genesis seed's ability to purify the energy and prevent me from going insane like the others, I wouldn't dare bring something like this back. Hell, I probably wouldn't return to that world at all. The differences between the two energy sources were fascinating. The Red Sun's power seemed heavily focused on physical enhancement at rank 1, only branching into elemental manipulation at rank 2. The Light Weavers, on the other hand, I'd only seen rank 2 and above, but they all demonstrated impressive healing abilities alongside their light manipulation. Though I doubt they're limited to just that, I said internally. The Two Suns' magic system operates on runes at its core. The main difference is just the energy source they use to power them. I wouldn't be surprised if you could power skybound runes with blue sun energy. We can test that theory another time, Master. You're right. I nodded. Let's see what effects the raw power of the blue sun has. I focused back on my inner world and reached for the blue sun's energy, but the celestial orb proved surprisingly reluctant. It tried to shrink away, but the Genesis seed's attention snapped toward it like a stern parent. The tiny sun practically wilted under that gaze, releasing its energy with what felt like a sulky huff. The red sun started glowing slightly brighter, almost smug, until the Genesis seed turned its attention that way. The red sun immediately dimmed, radiating an almost palpable sense of, I wasn't doing anything. As the blue energy flowed through my body, my brown eyes flickered with an azure light. The lingering exhaustion from my death vanished instantly, replaced by something else. For a brief, disturbing moment, I had an overwhelming urge to start preaching about divine light and sacred purification, but it passed almost immediately thanks to the Genesis seed's influence. The blue sun's madness really is more potent than the red sun, I murmured as the urge passed. They just do a better job hiding it. Focusing on the sensation helped me understand the priests better, though. This energy was absolutely overwhelming in its vitality. It wasn't just full of life. That description fell woefully short. Every cell in my body felt supercharged with pure, righteous power. The true strength of the blue sun isn't healing or light manipulation, I realized. It's the fundamental promotion of life itself. The healing is just a side effect. I let out a dry laugh. No wonder they convinced so many people they were the good guys. This energy practically radiates divine righteousness. Master, Azure interrupted my thoughts. Your soul essence has increased by 50 points. Cultivation, Chi condensation stage 4. Inner world, 135 cubic meters. Soul essence, 850/850. Spiritual essence, 750/750. Physical essence, 700/700. Special features, blue sun active. Notes, soul enhancement active, duration unknown. Looking at the 50 points increase, I nodded. It made sense. While the red sun focused on the physical, the blue sun seemed to resonate more with the soul, which explained all that purification nonsense. Both could affect spiritual energy, but they each had their specialties. But then I thought of something that deeply concerned me. Azure. What's wrong, Master? That rank 2 priest couldn't permanently damage my soul, but a higher-ranked Lightweaver might be able to. I sighed, running a hand through my hair. We should probably avoid the Two Suns world for now, or at least steer clear of any Lightweavers if we do go back. Unauthorized usage. This tale is on Amazon without the author's consent. Report any sightings. A wise precaution, Azure agreed, though the Genesis seed's protection might extend to your soul as well. It's worth investigating carefully. The blue sun's energy gradually faded, returning my stats to their base, but leaving me feeling surprisingly refreshed. Do you need rest before we begin training? Azure asked. I shook my head. The blue sun took care of that. Let's figure out how to create a fundamental rune in this world. We discussed our options. The first was trying to weave the rune directly in my inner world using red sun energy, theoretically possible, but incredibly advanced. The second was the traditional method of inscribing it on my physical body. You don't have enough practice creating runes with pure energy, Azure pointed out. Elder Malric mentioned it was a higher-level technique. True. I have exactly 0 practice with that. I nodded. The physical inscription method is probably safer. We can channel the red sun's energy through it afterward. I commanded the plants that were covering me to withdraw so I could stand up. I then stretched muscles that felt surprisingly good thanks to the blue sun's lingering effects. It was time to gather the equipment needed to inscribe the rune. The Wei compound was quiet at this hour, but I managed to find a servant to guide me to Wei Lin's room. Wei Lin looked up in surprise when I knocked. Why are you here? I thought you'd be breaking through for at least another. He trailed off, studying my face more closely. His eyes widened. You've already broken through. I couldn't help but smile at his excitement. I was only a hair's width away anyway. Relief flooded his expression, clearly. He'd been more worried about the duel than he'd let on. Did you want to get some combat practice in? We could. Actually, I need a knife. If you're hungry, you could have asked a servant, he said, looking confused. Though we did just eat. Then again, breakthroughs can work up an appetite. No, I cut him off with a smile. I need a knife capable of cutting through the skin of a fourth-stage qi condensation cultivator. Wei Lin opened his mouth, probably to ask why, then seemed to think better of it. Come in, he said instead, shaking his head. I should have a few. His room was exactly what I'd expect from a merchant's son turned cultivator, practical luxury with hidden depths. The furniture was expensive but chosen for durability, and what looked like simple decorative carvings were actually storage seals. A desk near the window was covered in papers full of neat calculations and lists. Wei Lin rummaged through one of the many boxes until he eventually produced a knife. The blade was dark metal with subtle patterns that seemed to shift in the lamplight, and the handle was wrapped in what looked like spirit beast hide. I raised an eyebrow at how casually he handled such an expensive item. That's not a common tool. Wei Lin shrugged. You can have it if you want. I don't even use it. Father's always sending me cultivation resources I didn't ask for. I think he hopes I'll eventually focus more on combat techniques. He then studied my face carefully. Was that the look of guilt in his eyes? I keep thinking about Father's challenge. Are you sure about this? Chun Wu isn't just some hired muscle. He's one of our best combat specialists. I noticed, I replied dryly. The way he controls his qi. He's had proper training. Wei Lin nodded. Father hired him specifically because he's good at testing potential recruits. He can fight at exactly the level needed to push someone to their limits without accidentally killing them. He paused. Usually. How reassuring. I'm serious, Kuin. If you want to back out. I shook my head. I need that wind essence. I didn't add that after what I'd just experienced in that other world. A spar with a fifth-stage qi condensation cultivator seemed almost relaxing. Wei Lin sighed, but there was a hint of a smile on his face. I thought you'd say that. Well, if you're determined to do this. He handed over the knife to me. Thank you. I carefully accepted the blade, testing its weight. Could you find out what you can about Chun Wu's fighting style? Any techniques he favors? Wei Lin's laugh surprised me. Already on it. Did you think I'd let my brother face one of Father's cultivators without proper intelligence? By morning, I'll know everything from which leg he leads with when he attacks to his favorite breakfast. I left feeling oddly touched by his dedication. Back in my room, I settled onto the meditation mat and opened my robe, exposing my chest. The knife felt cool against my palm as I centered myself, preparing to inscribe the fundamental rune that would let me store the red sun's energy. Ready, master? I took a deep breath, visualizing the pattern we'd practiced so many times in the Two Suns world. Ready. Chapter 73, Recovering Skybound Cultivation. The angle of the first cut is crucial, Azure advised as I positioned the dark blade over my chest. The trunk spiral needs to be deep enough to hold the energy, but not so deep that it damages the muscle beneath. I took a deep breath. This was going to be very different from using Elder Malric's specialized tools. No practice runs, no safety measures, just cold steel and determination. I don't suppose you could just magically know the exact depth needed? I asked, though I already knew the answer. Unfortunately not, master, but I can guide you based on what we learned in the Two Suns world. Right then, I pressed the blade to my skin, angling it carefully. Here goes nothing. The first cut hurt more than I expected. The knife was incredibly sharp, but without the specialized resonance ink to guide the energy flow, I had to rely purely on physical precision. Blood welled up immediately, threatening to obscure the lines. Slightly too deep, Azure observed. Adjust your angle by about 15 degrees for the curve. I wiped away the blood with a cloth torn from my inner robe, then continued the spiral. Each cut had to be perfect. This wasn't like drawing on the Meridian Lotus where if I made a mistake, I could just start over with a new plant. The curve is drifting, Azure warned. Remember how the growth patterns flow in nature. I paused, studying what I'd done so far. The beginning of the spiral was decent, but Azure was right. I was starting to lose the natural flow. The next section needed to follow the Fibonacci sequence exactly, or the whole pattern would be thrown off. Maybe we should have practiced with regular tattoos first, I muttered, wiping away more blood. I believe that would have defeated the purpose of saving time, Master. Was that sarcasm? I'm merely stating facts, Master. I smiled despite the pain. Let's focus on getting this right. The main trunk needs to be finished before the blood loss becomes an issue. The next series of cuts went better. I'd found the right rhythm: cut, wipe, pause to ensure the angle was correct, then continue. The spiral gradually took shape, each curve flowing naturally into the next. Now for the first major branch, Azure said. This junction is critical. It needs to split from the trunk without disrupting the energy flow. I nodded, adjusting my grip on the knife. This was the part that had given us trouble even with the specialized tools. Without them, it would be even trickier. The branch began well enough, but halfway through I realized my hand was shaking slightly from the continuous precision work. The line wavered. Stop, Azure commanded. Take a moment to steady yourself. I took a deep breath, aware of the blood running down my chest. The room's privacy formations would prevent anyone from sensing what I was doing, but they did nothing to help with the actual task. The pattern is still salvageable, Azure assured me. The natural variation might actually help with the energy distribution. Silver linings, I said dryly, then continued the cut. The next hour was a study in focused precision. Each branch had to be exactly the right length and angle. Each leaf pattern had to flow perfectly into the overall design. The floor around me was littered with bloody cloths as I repeatedly wiped away the evidence of my work to check the lines. Finally, the last leaf pattern was complete. I sat back, feeling lightheaded from the sustained concentration. Well, I asked Azure, how does it look? There was a moment of silence as Azure analyzed the pattern. The execution is different from our practice versions, but the fundamental structure is sound. The variations actually create interesting resonance points that might enhance energy flow. I studied the bloody pattern carved into my chest. It was beautiful in a primal sort of way, a tree of life drawn in blood and pain. The main trunk spiraled out from just above my heart, with branches sweeping up and out in elegant curves. Each branch ended in a delicate leaf pattern that somehow looked natural despite being carved into flesh. Time for the moment of truth, I said, reaching for my inner world. The miniature red sun seemed to perk up with interest as I drew on its energy. I was careful to only take a small amount. While the room's formations would mask most of the energy signature, I didn't want to risk anyone sensing the almost demonic nature of the red sun's power. I channeled the energy into the carved pattern. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the cuts began to glow with a deep crimson light. The blood still seeping from the wounds seemed to catch fire, burning away as the energy suffused the pattern. The glow intensified, becoming almost blinding. I felt the red sun's energy surging through the rune, testing every line and curve, seeking any flaws that would cause it to fail. Then, as suddenly as it began, the light faded. Where bloody cuts had been, there was now a silvery pattern that seemed to live just beneath my skin. The tree design looked almost like it was growing there naturally, its lines precise yet organic. My status flickered before my eyes. Cultivation. Qi condensation stage 4. Inner world, 135 cubic meters. Soul essence, 800/800. Spiritual essence, 750/750. Physical essence, 800/800. Skybound cultivation, rank 1. Fundamental rune. Type, wood-based Fibonacci spiral tree pattern. Core, red sun. Resonance location, heart. Red sun energy, 300 units. Congratulations, Master, Azure smiled. Your physical essence has now broken through to what is equivalent to a 5th stage Qi condensation cultivator. I nodded, then shook my head. I've just entered the lower part of the 5th stage for physical essence. I expect Chun Wu to be a bit higher. Looking at my skybound cultivation status, I couldn't help but smile. But now that I've unlocked skybound cultivation in this world, I can start adding my physical and elemental runes. With all of them combined with my immortal cultivation, I let out a small laugh. It would be more surprising for me to not win. Before I could continue, exhaustion hit me like a physical blow. My vision swam, and I nearly collapsed onto the bloody meditation mat. Master! Azure's voice seemed to come from very far away. The transformation of your physical body has exhausted you, just like in the Two Suns world. Your body needs to rest. As consciousness started to fade, I reached desperately for the blue sun in my inner world. This time, the tiny celestial orb responded immediately, sending its energy coursing through my body. My eyes flashed azure, and the exhaustion vanished within a few seconds. I took a moment to orient myself, then sighed. If I didn't have the blue sun, I probably would have been knocked out for 3 days and missed the battle entirely. Now that would have been embarrassing. The genuine version of this novel can be found on another site. Support the author by reading it there. Actually, Azure corrected. It only took 3 days for Thomas's body because he was mortal. For your cultivator body, you would probably only be in deep sleep for a day. Yes, I agreed. But that's still a day of training wasted. What's next, Master? Now? I smiled. Now I'm going to recover my skybound cultivation completely. Getting to my feet, I looked around at the bloody scene around me. The meditation mat was probably ruined. There were bloodied cloths scattered everywhere, and things were only going to get more messy. The Wei family servants were going to have some interesting questions in the morning. I gathered up the evidence of my work, making a mental note to dispose of it properly later. For now, though, I had more runes to inscribe. The fundamental rune was just the beginning. I needed to rebuild my entire array of combat and utility runes before facing Chunwu. The knife felt lighter in my hand now, almost eager. Or maybe that was just the lingering effects of the blue sun's energy making everything seem more alive. Either way, I had work to do. The Worldroot Conduit next, I said, studying the silvery tree pattern on my chest. No point in adding combat runes if we can't power them properly. Agreed, Azure replied, though connecting it to the fundamental rune will be delicate. I grimaced at the understatement. The Worldroot Conduit wasn't just another rune. It was the foundation for all elemental manipulation. One mistake in its connection to the fundamental rune could destabilize the entire system. At least we had plenty of practice in the Two Suns world, I said, positioning the knife at the base of the tree spiral. Though they did have those nice specialized tools, the first cut was different from the fundamental rune. Where that pattern had followed natural growth patterns, the Worldroot Conduit was all about flow and interconnection. The knife traced an arc that would form part of the endless knot, blood welling up in its wake. Slower on the curves, Azure advised. These lines need to be perfectly smooth for proper energy flow. I adjusted my pace, watching as the pattern gradually emerged. Unlike the tree's upward-reaching branches, these lines wove together like roots seeking water, each curve flowing naturally into the next. The overall effect was hypnotic. Even half-finished and drawn in blood, it seemed to shift and move as if alive. Now comes the tricky part, Azure said as I neared the connection point with the fundamental rune. The patterns need to merge seamlessly. I wiped away the blood, studying how the silver lines of the tree pattern pulsed softly. The Worldroot Conduit's curves needed to interweave with those existing lines, creating new pathways for elemental energy while maintaining the original flow. Like grafting branches, I murmured. The connection has to be perfect, or it'll fail to take. The next few cuts required absolute precision. Each line of the endless knot had to connect at exactly the right angle, creating a seamless transition between the two patterns. One wrong move could disrupt the entire energy system. Master, Azure warned as I hesitated before a particularly crucial cut. The blue sun's energy is starting to fade. I noticed he was right. The divine vitality that had been masking the pain was beginning to ebb. Rather than draw more, though, I let it fade. I needed to feel exactly what I was doing for these final cuts. The pain returned gradually, sharp and clarifying. Each slice of the knife sent fresh blood trickling down my chest, but I barely noticed. All my focus was on the emerging pattern, the way each new line created subtle resonances with the existing rune. Finally, the last curve was complete. The world root conduit spread out below the tree pattern like the roots beneath a great oak, its endless knot design creating paths for energy to flow and transform. The connection points are stable, Azure confirmed. You can now activate it. I reached for the red sun's energy again, but this time I directed it differently. Instead of filling the entire pattern at once, I let it flow through the fundamental rune first, then gradually seep into the new pathways. The endless knot began to glow, each curve lighting up in sequence as the energy found its way through the pattern. Where the two designs met, the light pulsed and shifted, testing the connections. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then the entire pattern flared with crimson light as the energy flows synchronized. When it faded, the world root conduit had transformed into the same silvery lines as the tree above it, the two patterns now perfectly integrated. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Well, that's the hard part done. Excellent work, Master, Azure said. The patterns are fully integrated. I nodded, already feeling how the new rune changed my energy flow. Where before I could only store pure red sun energy, now I could feel it being converted into wood essence as it passed through the world root conduit. Now we can add the combat runes, I said, picking up the knife again. Should we start with a physical enhancement or elemental rune? Perhaps the Woodweave seal first, Azure suggested, in case something goes wrong with the others. Always thinking ahead. All right then, healing rune first. As I positioned the knife for the first cut of the Woodweave seal, I couldn't help but appreciate the irony. Here I was, voluntarily carving mystic patterns into my flesh in a merchant's mansion, all to prepare for a duel that was really just an elaborate test of character. Wei Yi probably thought he was being clever, setting up this challenge to test both my combat ability and my determination. He couldn't know that compared to being vaporized in likely what was some sort of cursed world, this was practically a vacation. The knife bit into my flesh again, beginning the complex pattern that would let me weave wood essence into healing seals. The night stretched on as I worked, and by the time the date for the battle arrived, I would be ready. Chun Wu might be expecting to face a talented but inexperienced sect disciple. Instead, he would find himself fighting someone who had literally died to perfect their art. Poor man probably wouldn't know what hit him. But first, I had more runes to carve, and the night wasn't getting any younger. I adjusted my grip on the knife and began the next pattern. At least this time I had proper painkillers, even if they came in the form of divine energy from a miniature blue sun. The false priests may have been insane, but they certainly knew how to make things hurt less. Now, if only they hadn't been quite so zealous about trying to convert everyone into pure light. Chapter 74, The Power of the Twin Suns. A few hours later, I stood in front of the full-length mirror in my guest room, examining my handiwork in the dim light. Better to keep the more obvious runes hidden, I murmured, tracing the interlocking triangles that formed the hexagonal pattern on my stomach, the Titan's crest. Yes, Master, Azure agreed. Cultivators would recognize runic patterns, even if they couldn't decipher their exact purpose. I nodded. In this world, anyone who saw patterns like these would immediately assume they were formations of some kind. And while they wouldn't be entirely wrong, it was better to avoid unnecessary questions. The exceptions were runes like the explosive seed, etched into my right index finger, and the vine whip rune on the back of my right hand. Some patterns simply worked better in specific locations. My gaze drifted to the pair of black gloves sitting on the desk, another gift from Wei Lin. I'd offered to pay for them, but he'd just laughed. These? He'd said with a dismissive wave. I never wear them, not my style at all. Besides, I'm sure you'll make better use of them than I would. The gloves would completely cover my hands, perfect for maintaining a low profile, at least until I no longer needed them. Taking stock of my progress, I mentally catalogued the runes I'd inscribed so far. The fundamental rune on my chest, its tree-like pattern branching out from just above my heart. Below it, the world root conduit's endless knot design created the pathways needed for elemental manipulation. The woodweave seal sat on the right side of my chest, ready to provide healing if needed. The Titan's crest on my abdomen would give me bursts of enhanced strength, while the blink step rune on my left thigh would let me cover short distances instantly. The vine whip and explosive seed runes on my right hand would give me ranged attack options. That left only 2 runes from my original set, the Aegis mark and the flying rune. The latter wasn't a priority. Flying wasn't exactly common at the chi condensation level anyway. Better to keep that particular trick hidden for now. The Aegis mark, however, I sighed, trying to twist around to see my own back. That one would have been extremely useful for the fight with Chun Wu. Unfortunately, some places were simply impossible to reach alone. Now would be a really great time to develop some sort of cloning ability. You seem troubled, Master, Azure observed. Just frustrated, I replied, giving up on my contortionist attempts. If I had more time, I could probably figure out how to manipulate vines precisely enough to inscribe the pattern. Do you trust them enough for that level of detail work? No, which is exactly why I'd need time to practice first. One wrong line and the whole rune could backfire spectacularly. The physical runes are only a temporary solution anyway, Azure reminded me. Once you're proficient at pure energy inscription, location won't matter. True, I nodded, thinking of the eventual goal. Once I mastered creating runes purely from energy, I could integrate them directly into my elemental system. Then it wouldn't matter which world I traveled to. I would have access to my skybound cultivation. I moved to the private training ground to begin testing out the runes to make sure there were no nasty surprises. Starting with the woodweave seal, I made a shallow cut on my arm with Wei Lin's knife, then activated the rune. Wooden fibers emerged sluggishly from the edges of the wound, their growth uneven and stuttering. I frowned in concentration, trying to guide the process like Elder Malric had shown me, but healing had never been my strong suit. The fibers wove together clumsily, forming a rough, bark-like patch that barely covered the cut. Your control needs work, Azure observed diplomatically, looking at the unsightly patch, then at the miniature blue sun in my inner world. A thought occurred to me. What is it, Master? What would happen if I tried channeling the blue sun's energy into the fundamental rune? Given that these runes were likely created by skybound cultivators specifically to channel the red sun's energy, Azure replied, it would be surprising if they could handle the blue sun's energy. Would there be some sort of explosion if I tried? I asked, only half joking.
No, Azure Schurme.
The fundamental rune wasn't designed to explode upon encountering different energy types. It will most likely just reject any energy it wasn't designed for. Well, in that case, I might as well give it a try. I reached for the blue sun's energy, my eyes flashing azure as I carefully directed a small amount towards the fundamental rune. The silvery pattern began to absorb the energy for a brief moment before quickly rejecting it, pushing it back out without any other reaction. I sighed. What about the other runes? I activated the Titan's crest and tried channeling the blue sun's energy through it, but nothing happened at all. It seems these runes were not built with the blue sun's energy in mind, Azure observed. I shook my head, then paused as another thought occurred to me. Azure, I said slowly, you know how the red sun's energy gives off that demonic aura when I use it? Yes, Master. What if I channeled the blue sun's energy through my body at the same time I activate one of the runes using the purified red sun's energy? Wouldn't its overwhelming righteousness mask the demonic qualities? There was a moment of silence before Azure responded. That's actually something I've been wanting to suggest you try. Shall we test it now with the woodweave seal? You still have that cut to heal after all. Did you know this text is from a different site? Read the official version to support the creator. Might as well, I replied, glancing at the unsightly bark-like patch. It certainly can't make it look any worse. I channeled the blue sun's energy through my body, and not into the rune itself. My eyes flashed azure. The righteousness of it was almost overwhelming, like being dunked in holy water while a choir of angels sang overhead. The wooden fibers suddenly grew, weaving together in patterns that matched my skin's texture perfectly. Within seconds, What had been a rough patch now looked like it had been crafted by a master healer. I stared at the seamless healing, mind racing. The two energies hadn't just coexisted. They'd enhanced each other. Azure. What if the two suns aren't meant to be enemies at all? What if they're actually meant to work together? An interesting theory, Master. The priests and skybound cultivators saw them as opposing forces, but maybe that was their mistake. I nodded slowly, watching the last traces of red and blue energy fade from the now perfect healing patch. The red sun brings destruction. The blue sun brings life. But maybe you need both for true cultivation. Master, we still need to test if the blue sun's energy truly masks the demonic aura. Azure reminded me. The woodweave seal's energy signature was quite subtle. Perhaps we should try something more dramatic? I nodded as I carefully added the red sun's power into the Titan's crest. The usual demonic undertones seemed to dissolve into the blue sun's radiance. A quick blink step took me to a training dummy, where a simple punch reduced it to scattered fragments of wood and straw. I couldn't help but smile, even as I thought about how impressive that would have been if I didn't know these particular dummies were only designed to handle attacks up to the 4th stage of chi condensation. Did any of the red sun's aura leak through? I asked. None that I could detect, Azure replied, though you did appear to be the very model of righteous power. Let's not go quite that far down that road. I shuddered slightly, remembering the fanatical light priests. And let's see if that holds true for the elemental runes as well. Maintaining the blue sun's energy coursing through my body, I activated the Vine Whip rune. The plants growing around the training ground responded instantly, 3 thick vines rising from the earth like serpents. I guided them through a series of complex movements, pleased with how responsive they were. The vines struck another training dummy, wrapping around it tight enough to leave deep grooves in the wood. Finally, I tested the explosive seed. Still keeping both energies flowing, I touched my right index finger to the ground, channeling power through the tiny rune. A small, innocent-looking seed appeared where my finger had been. I stepped back about 20 meters, then triggered the detonation. The explosion wasn't huge, but it was focused perfect for creating distractions or setting traps. Even with the elemental manipulations, I couldn't detect any trace of the demonic aura, Azure confirmed. The blue sun's energy seems to mask it completely, regardless of which rune you're using, but you might want to check your stats. The familiar display appeared before my eyes. Cultivation. Chi condensation stage 4. Inner world, 135 cubic meters. Soul essence, 850/850. Spiritual essence, 800/800. Physical essence, 800/800. My eyes widened. I thought I felt something different when channeling both energies together, but seeing the numbers confirmed it. The spiritual essence. Yes, Azure confirmed. It seems each energy source has its specialty. The red sun primarily affects physical essence. The blue sun influences soul essence, and using them together provides a boost to spiritual essence. And that's just with raw blue sun energy, I mused. If I could create something similar to the fundamental rune for it, the soul essence increase would probably be permanent, maybe even double what we're seeing now. And the spiritual essence boost from combining them would likely increase as well. Master, I believe you may be right about the two suns. They don't seem to be opposing forces at all, but rather complementary ones that work best in harmony. I nodded. The possibilities were intriguing, but they'd have to wait. I had no immediate plans to return to the two suns world. Being transformed into pure light once was enough for now. Thank you very much. I let the blue sun's energy fade, my stats returning to normal. My eyes stopped glowing, and that overwhelming sense of righteousness receded to manageable levels. The sun was high in the sky by the time I finished cleaning up the remains of the training dummies. I did the best I could, though I suspected the way family servants were used to cleaning up after cultivation practice. Back in my room, I finally allowed myself to feel the bone-deep exhaustion that came with inscribing so many runes in one night. Even with the blue sun's energy keeping me going, my body needed rest to properly integrate all the new patterns. As I lay down, I couldn't help but smile slightly. Less than 2 days until the duel with Chen Wu. Hopefully Wei Lin would have detailed information about his fighting style by the time I wake up. He seemed to take intelligence gathering very seriously. You know what they say, I murmured as sleep began to take hold. Battles are won in the preparation, not the execution. That's very wise, Master, Azure replied. Though I believe the original quote was about war, not individual battles. Same principle, I yawned. And tomorrow we continue our preparation. Chapter 75. Day of the Duel. I woke to the sound of birds chirping outside my window and Rocky's unmistakable rumbling snores from one of the many gardens in the Wei compound. Good morning, Master. Azure's familiar voice echoed in my mind. How are you feeling? Ready? I replied, sitting up and beginning my morning stretches. Are you going to go over the details again, Master? Knowledge is power, I replied as I recalled Wei Lin's briefing from 2 days ago. Wei Lin had been true to his word about gathering intelligence. He'd shown up at my door barely an hour after I had woken up, practically vibrating with information. Chen Wu practiced the Stone Mountain Heart method, an earth-rank technique that focused on stability and overwhelming force. It wasn't flashy like some of the higher-ranked methods, but it was extremely effective, especially at the Qi condensation realm where most cultivators were still learning to control their power. The method has 3 main aspects, Wei Lin had explained, pacing back and forth in my room while referring to a stack of notes. First, it reinforces the body with earth-attributed qi, making the user extremely durable. Second, it allows them to draw strength from the ground itself, increasing their power the longer they maintain contact. And third, it gives them limited control over stone and earth. Nothing fancy like some earth element techniques, but enough to be dangerous in close combat. He'd gone on to detail Chen Wu's typical fighting style. He likes to start defensive, letting his opponent wear themselves out against his stone-reinforced body. Once they start showing signs of fatigue, he switches to overwhelming offense. It's particularly effective against younger disciples who tend to go all out from the beginning. The specifics had been impressive. Chen Wu preferred to lead with his left foot when attacking. He had a slight tendency to overextend on his third strike in any combination. His earth control abilities had a range of roughly 20 meters. He could maintain his stone reinforcement for approximately 30 minutes before his qi reserves started to strain. How did you get all this information? I'd asked, somewhat amazed by the level of detail. Wei Lin had just smiled. Father has Chen Wu test all potential recruits for our security forces. I've been watching those matches since I was old enough to understand cultivation. And, he'd added with a slight smirk, having access to the family records helps. With that knowledge at hand, I spent a good portion of the past 2 days developing various strategies, but I knew better than to get too attached to any single plan. Flexibility was key, especially against an opponent who specialized in defense. A knock at the door interrupted my thoughts. Brother Kuyin, Lu Chen's excited voice called out. Are you awake? Rocky wants to show you something before breakfast. I opened the door to find Lu Chen practically bouncing with enthusiasm. His previous wariness completely forgotten after 2 days of being spoiled by Wei Ting's mothering. His robes were new, clearly a gift from Wei Lin's mother, and much better suited to a young cultivator than his old worn ones or even the ones we bought for him. Rocky's been practicing, he announced proudly. Come see. I followed him out to the garden where Rocky stood amid what looked like it had once been a very orderly rock garden. The stone giant was carefully arranging boulders in what appeared to be. Is that supposed to be a face? It's art, Lu Chen declared. Rocky's been learning from watching the gardeners arrange the rocks. See? That's supposed to be you. I tilted my head, studying the rough arrangement of stones. If I squinted and used a lot of imagination, I suppose the vertical rock in the center could be a nose. It's very creative. Rocky made a pleased rumbling sound, carefully adjusting a small pebble that apparently represented an eyebrow. Ah! I see you're admiring Rocky's artistic endeavors. Wei Guang's amused voice came from behind us. Mother's quite taken with his unique aesthetic vision, though father nearly had a stroke when he saw what happened to his imported spirit stone arrangement. Rocky put them back, Lu Chen said quickly. Mostly. We only had to replace 3 of them. And Auntie Wei said it gives the garden character. Wei Guang laughed. That she did. Though I suspect she just enjoys how it bothers father. Come on. Breakfast is ready. And mother insisted everyone eat together this morning. The Wei family's dining room was already bustling when we arrived. Wei Ting was fussing over Lin Mei, who had apparently spent the past 2 days completely reorganizing the family's herb garden. Wei Yi sat at the head of the table, somehow managing to read reports while simultaneously having what looked like 3 separate business conversations via transmission jade. As I walked to my seat, I felt a strange feeling wash over me. It had been a month since I'd last seen them, at least from my perspective in the Two Sons world. Though here, barely any time had passed. They hadn't changed, how could they? But I had lived through an entire month of experiences, faced death and worse, learned secrets about my cultivation that I still hadn't fully processed. The cognitive dissonance was unsettling. Wei Lin caught my eye as I sat down, raising an eyebrow in silent question. I nodded slightly to indicate that I was okay and that I was ready as I was going to be. Everyone eat up, Wei Ting announced, somehow managing to add more food to Lu Chen's already full plate, especially you, Ku-in. You'll need your strength today. Thank you, Auntie. I accepted a bowl of kanji that shimmered slightly with spiritual energy. Rocky said the stone arrangement is supposed to be a portrait of Brother Ku-in. Lu Chan announced to the table at large, causing Wei Guang to choke slightly on his tea. Did he now? Wei Yi looked up from his reports with raised eyebrows. And here I thought it was meant to be an abstract representation of market fluctuations in the spirit stone trade. Dear? Wei Ting scolded, though her eyes twinkled with amusement. You know very well Rocky has been working hard these past few days. Of course, of course. Wei Yi waved a hand dismissively. Far be it from me to criticize a stone giant's creative vision. Though perhaps next time he could express himself with slightly less expensive materials. Father, Wei Lin interjected smoothly, about the wind essence. Ah yes. Wei Ye's expression grew more serious. The duel will be held at midday. That should give everyone time to finish their morning business. He glanced at me. Unless you'd prefer to get it over with sooner? I shook my head, taking another bite of the chi-infused kanji. It's fine. Good, good. Wei Yi returned to his reports, though I noticed his eyes weren't actually moving across the pages anymore. He was watching me, analyzing every movement I made. About the duel. Wei Guang leaned forward slightly. I've been reviewing the records of Chun Wu's previous matches. His win rate against 4th stage cultivators is... He paused significantly. Ensure your favorite authors get the support they deserve. Read this novel on the original website. 100%. I finished for him. Wei Lin already told me. What followed after that was a tense silence as Wei Yi slowly lowered his teacup, fixing his younger son with a penetrating stare. Did he now? Wei Ye's voice was carefully controlled. And exactly how did you access those records, Liner? Wei Lin met his father's gaze. The same way you taught me to gather information on business competitors, father. Through thorough research, careful observation, and... He smiled slightly. Strategic use of available resources. For a moment, Wei Yi maintained his stern expression. Then the corner of his mouth twitched. I see. He picked up his teacup again, but not before I caught the flash of pride in his eyes. And I suppose you also shared your analysis of Chun Wu's fighting style? Of course, Wei Lin replied. It seemed like relevant information for an important business transaction. Wei Yi actually chuckled at that. Using my own teachings about proper preparation against me? Well played, son. He shook his head, turning back to me. Though I should point out that those weren't just random 4th stage cultivators. Some of them were genuine prodigies from prestigious families. Good thing I'm just a tailor's son then, I replied mildly, taking another spoonful of kanji. Less pressure. Wei Guang stared at me for a moment, then burst out laughing. I like you, he declared. You remind me of Liner when he was younger, before he got obsessed with business. I was never that calm, Wei Lin protested. The rest of breakfast passed in a blur of conversation. Wei Ting kept insisting everyone eat more, while Lu Chun entertained us with stories about Rocky's latest adventures. Apparently, the stone giant had developed a particular fondness for arranging pebbles in spiral patterns when he thought no one was watching. He's very artistic, Lin Mei agreed diplomatically, though perhaps we could redirect his talents towards something less structurally integral to the garden. Oh, and I've been teaching him to write characters, Lu Chun announced proudly. He turned toward the open doors, where Rocky was sitting cross-legged on the ground, munching on a particular large stone for breakfast. Rocky, show them what we practiced. We all watched as Rocky carefully used one massive finger to scratch something into the earth of the garden. Wei Ye's eye twitched slightly at the deep grooves being carved into his manicured lawn. That's very good, Wei Ting said encouragingly, squinting at the marks. Is it supposed to be tree? It's friend, Lu Chun beamed. See? This part here is the person and this is… He tilted his head. Well, it was friend yesterday. Fascinating, Wei Yi muttered, making a note in his ledger that probably involved replacing more garden tiles. After breakfast, I made my way to the private training ground behind my guest room. Not to practice. I'd prepared enough over the past 2 days, and pushing myself now would only leave me tired for the actual fight. Instead, I settled onto a meditation mat in the shade of a gnarled old tree, letting my mind settle into calm focus. An hour after I had closed my eyes, I heard the distinctive sound of stone grinding against stone, followed by much lighter footsteps. Brother Kuin, Lu Chun called out. Are you doing that sleeping while sitting thing that cultivators do? Done meditating, I opened my eyes to find Lu Chun peering at me curiously, Rocky looming behind him like a particularly interested mountain. It's called meditation, I explained, unable to help smiling at his description. It helps cultivators focus their chi and calm their minds. You should try it sometime. Really? Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Can you teach us? Rocky too. I glanced at the stone giant, who had somehow managed to arrange himself into a rough approximation of my meditation pose, despite being made entirely of rock. Well, I suppose the principles would apply to any kind of chi cultivation. The next 30 minutes was spent trying to teach meditation basics to an excitable 11-year-old and his 15-foot-tall stone friend. Lu Chun couldn't seem to sit still for more than 30 seconds at a time, while Rocky's attempts at controlled breathing sounded like small avalanches. I don't get it, Lu Chun complained after his 5th failed attempt to maintain the proper posture. How do you just sit there and think about nothing? You don't think about nothing, I explained patiently. You focus on the flow of chi through your body, or in your case breathing. That's boring though. He flopped backwards onto the grass before changing the subject. I played with Chun Wu yesterday. He seems nice. For someone who's supposed to beat you up. Lu Chun. Lin Mei's voice came from behind Rocky as she entered the training ground. That's not. It's a formal duel. Not. But that's what father said. Wei Lin appeared beside her, grinning, just with more elegant phrasing about testing resolve and valuable learning experiences. I had to laugh at his impression of Wei Ye's merchant speak. Your father does have a way with words. Time passed quickly as we talked, my friends doing their best to keep the atmosphere light despite the upcoming duel. Finally, Wei Yi himself appeared at the courtyard entrance. It's time, he announced simply. Are you still certain about this, young man? I nodded, standing up and straightening my robes. The black gloves felt comfortable now, natural. We walked as a group to the training ground. The rest of the family was already there, Wei Ting looking worried but supportive. Wei Guang maintaining his usual amused expression though his eyes were sharp. The training ground itself was impressive. A large open space surrounded by stone pillars carved with protective formations. The ground was natural stone, specially treated to withstand cultivation battles while providing excellent chi conductivity. Perfect for Chun Wu's earth-based techniques. Chan Wu stood at one end of the field, his usual plain robes replaced with proper fighting attire. His chi was calm and controlled, betraying no nervousness or aggression. As I took my position opposite him, he spoke quietly. I'm not delusional. I can see your talent. In a year or perhaps even in a few months, I likely wouldn't be a match for you. His eyes turned serious. But right now you will lose. It doesn't bring me any pleasure to make others suffer. So, I'll give you a chance now to surrender. I couldn't help but smile slightly. At least he wasn't one of those arrogant young master types. This was pure professionalism. One cultivator respecting another's potential while still being realistic about the present situation. Because I like you, I replied. I'll give you the same chance. Chan Wu didn't reply. He simply turned his head to Wei Yi, who smiled and said a single word. Begin. Chapter 76. Fighting a 5th stage Qi condensation cultivator. This is madness, Lin Mei whispered, watching Ku-in and Chan Wu face each other across the training ground. Chan Wu has never lost to anyone below the 6th stage. Brother Ku-in will win, Lu Chun declared, though his fingers were white-knuckled where they gripped Rocky's stone leg. The giant made a low, worried rumble. Careful, Rocky, Wei Ting called out gently. Those pillars are quite expensive to replace. Rocky shifted slightly, accidentally crushing a decorative stone anyway. Lu Chen winced. Wei Lin turned to his father. I hope you stop this before it gets too far. Getting cold feet about your friend's capabilities? Wei Guang asked, raising an eyebrow. That's not like you, little brother. Wei Yi smiled, his eyes never leaving the two combatants. Chun Wu understands restraint. Don't worry, your friend will be fine. He glanced at his younger son. Though I notice you didn't deny your older brother's comment. Having doubts. It's not that I don't believe in Ku-in, Wei Lin replied carefully. But fighting above your cultivation realm isn't an easy task. Chun Wu has broken talents before. 19 to be exact. Wei Guang supplied helpfully. Though most recovered, eventually. Wei Ting shot her eldest son a sharp look. That's not helping, dear. Someone who cultivates the World Tree Sutra isn't simple. Wei Yi mused, ignoring the exchange. They're either insane, arrogant, or special. His lips curved slightly. And your friend doesn't seem to be the first two. You think he'll win then? Wei Lin asked.
Yi laughed.
I said he's special. The boy has potential, but that's all it is right now, potential. It wouldn't surprise me if he does better than Chen Wu's previous opponents, but to actually win, he shook his head. No, I don't think he can. Wei Lin studied Ku Yin's confident demeanor, remembering how his friend never acted without certainty. He turned back to his father. Want to make it interesting? Wei Ye's eyebrows rose. Oh, now you believe in your friend. 1,000 spirit stones, Wei Lin said firmly, ignoring his father's tone. Stop this nonsense, both of you, Wei Ting interjected. This isn't some common gambling hall. It's not gambling, mother, Wei Lin replied, his eyes serious as he watched Ku-in. I know who he is. He's my brother, and I believe in him. Wei Guang burst out laughing. He's got you there, father. You're always saying we should trust our judgment in investments. Wei Yi chuckled. Using my own spirit stones to bet against me? And my own teachings too. He shook his head in amusement. Fine. 1,000 spirit stones. Brother Ku-in better not lose, Lu Chen muttered. That's enough spirit stones to feed Rocky for a month. Rocky made another concerned rumble, his stone eyes fixed on the two combatants. Qi manipulation has already begun, Wei Guang observed quietly. Look at the way the air is distorting around them. He was right, though neither fighter had physically moved. The spiritual pressure in the training ground was building to suffocating levels. Master, Azure's voice echoed in my mind as I kept my eyes on Chun Wu. His current stats are Qi Condensation Stage 5. Soul Essence 750/750. Spiritual Essence 810/810. Physical Essence 920/920 inch. I didn't respond immediately, considering the numbers. With my skybound cultivation and rune enhancements, I could reach stage 5 levels myself, and the gap wasn't insurmountable. But there was a catch. While the fundamental rune let me use the red sun's energy until my miniature sun was drained, I had no such luxury with the blue sun's power. Without an equivalent rune, I could only maintain it for about a minute before it faded. Which meant if I wanted to avoid the way family thinking I was some kind of demonic cultivator, I needed to end this fight within 60 seconds of activating the blue sun's energy. Doable but risky. What's the plan, Master? I smiled slightly. Chun Wu's an instructor. His martial arts are likely better than mine. Might as well get a feel for his level before we go all out. Without warning, I shot forward. My first strike was a probing jab aimed at his head, testing his defense. Chun Wu deflected it with minimal movement, his hand redirecting my force like water flowing around a stone. I followed with a combination 3 quick strikes aimed at different heights. High, low, middle. Chun Wu blocked each one, his movement sufficient. No wasted energy, no flashy techniques. Just solid fundamentals backed by years of experience. He countered with a straight punch that I barely managed to slip past, the displacement of air telling me how much force had been behind it. I tried to capitalize on the opening, but his defense was like trying to punch through a mountain. We exchanged a rapid series of blows, our movements becoming faster and more complex. Each impact sent shockwaves through the training ground, the stone tiles beneath our feet cracking under the pressure of our chi-enhanced strikes. The protective formations along the walls flickered with each clash, struggling to contain the raw energy we were releasing. I noticed he really did favor his left foot when initiating attacks, just as Wei Lin had said. More importantly, there was that slight overextension on his third strike in combination attacks. I waited for it, timing my counter perfectly. As his third punch extended just a fraction too far, I slipped inside his guard and landed a clean hit to his ribs. The impact felt like striking solid stone. The ground beneath Chun Wu's feet cratered slightly, spiderweb cracks spreading outward from the point of impact. Chun Wu's eyes widened slightly, probably surprised I'd spotted the weakness so quickly. He adapted immediately, varying his combinations to mask the pattern. Our exchange continued, becoming more intense with each passing moment. Fists and feet moved in practiced patterns, each of us probing for weaknesses while defending our own. I managed to land a few more solid hits by exploiting his tendencies, but it was like trying to chip away at a boulder with a chisel. Meanwhile, his counterattacks were becoming more precise. A punch grazed my shoulder, the impact sending jolts of pain through my arm. A kick caught me in the side, and only a hasty application of chi prevented it from cracking ribs. After what felt like an eternity but was probably only a few minutes, I disengaged, jumping back to create space. Despite the hits I'd taken, I couldn't help but smile. This was exactly what I'd wanted: practical combat experience against a superior martial artist. The kind of experience you couldn't get from training or reading manuals. Round 2. I asked casually, rolling my shoulders. Chun Wu raised an eyebrow but said nothing, settling back into his stance. I engaged him again, but this time with a plan. We traded another series of strikes, but I was waiting for the right moment. There, as he threw a devastating straight punch that probably would have ended the battle right there had it landed, I let the vine I'd been hiding in my sleeve unfurl, wrapping around his extended arm. This story has been taken without authorization. Report any sightings. His eyes widened in surprise, and I seized the opportunity. Channeling chi into my fist, I struck with Phantom Strike, catching him clean in the chest. The impact sent him skidding backward, a thin line of blood appearing at the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away, actually smiling. "You might not be as strong as me, but you're crafty." Chun Wu's expression turned serious as Earth-attributed chi began pouring into his body. A brownish aura surrounded him, making him look even more like a mountain given human form. "Master," Azure reported. His physical essence just reached 1,000, equivalent to the 6th stage of chi condensation. "Guess we'll have to get serious too," I replied mentally. "Can you find any weaknesses in that earthly aura of his?" I barely finished the thought before my instincts screamed at me to move. I jumped to my left side just as a massive hand of stone erupted from the ground behind me, its fingers closing on empty air where I'd been standing. Right, 20-meter range for his earth control. Need to stay outside that. Chun Wu clapped his hands together, and the ground in front of him shifted. Stone and earth rose up, forming what looked like a miniature fortress tower about chest high. As I watched, holes appeared in its surface, like arrow slits in a castle wall. "Oh, that's not good," I muttered just before earth spears began shooting from the openings. The first volley was easy enough to dodge, darting between the earth spears as they thudded into the ground behind me. But Chun Wu quickly established a pattern of fire, launching volleys in overlapping arcs that left fewer and fewer safe spaces to move. When I couldn't dodge, I weaved the vines into dense walls of plant matter. The earth spears struck with thunderous impacts, spraying fragments of shattered vegetation as they tore through the outer layers. But the layered defense held, each vine sacrificing itself to absorb the kinetic force until the spears finally lost momentum and fell to the ground. 2 spears came at me from different angles, but instead of blocking or dodging, I had vines shoot up from the ground, their tips splitting into finger-like tendrils that caught the spears mid-flight. The impact made the vines strain and bend, their fibers creaking under the stress, but they held firm. With a thought, I redirected their momentum, sending them hurtling back at Chun Wu. He blocked them easily, his earth-reinforced arms swatting the spears aside with enough force to embed them deep into the ground. But that split second of defense, that brief moment where his attention shifted to the immediate threat, gave me the opening I needed. A third, thicker vine shot forward, wrapping around the turret's base and began to constrict, creating a grinding sound as it crushed the stone and earth until the entire structure crumbled into rubble. "I've faced many cultivators at the 4th stage," Chun Wu said approvingly, "but none have caused me this much trouble." My eyes widened as he suddenly shot forward like a boulder launched from a catapult. This wasn't in Wei Lin's intelligence. Chun Wu was supposed to wait until his opponents were tired before going aggressive. His fist streaked toward my face with devastating force. At that moment, my eyes flashed brilliant blue, and for just an instant, there might have been a hint of red hidden beneath the overwhelming azure radiance. The world seemed to slow as I activated Blink Step, vanishing just before the strike could connect. I reappeared at his side as azure highlighted a slight fluctuation in his earth aura, a weakness. I only had 60 seconds. It was time to end this. I activated the Titan's crest, feeling my physical essence spike by 100 points. The air around my fist began to warp and the ground beneath my feet shattered as I launched forward. Combined with another phantom strike, I slammed my fist into the opening in his left side. The impact released a thunderous boom that sent birds scattering from trees hundreds of meters away. A visible shockwave of chi rippled outward, causing the protective formations to flare brilliant gold as they strained to contain it. Chun Wu's earthly aura shattered like glass, fragments of golden-brown energy dissolving into the air as his body was launched high into the sky. But I wasn't done. I quickly activated the Vine Whip rune on the back of my palm, causing the 3 vines hidden in my sleeve to shoot forward. The first wrapped around Chun Wu's torso while the other 2 ensnared his arms, binding them to his sides. His eyes widened in surprise as the vines tightened their grip, thorny protrusions digging into his earth-reinforced skin. Even as he fell, Chun Wu's body erupted with earth chi, the brown energy swirling around him like a sandstorm as he tried to break free. The vines creaked and strained against the onslaught of power, their fibers beginning to splinter, but they held just long enough. That was all I needed. Boom! I whispered. The explosive seeds I'd hidden in the vines detonated with a thunderous crack. For a heartbeat, there was absolute silence as the initial shockwave sucked all the air away. Then the real explosion hit. A sphere of pure destructive force erupted from where Chun Wu hung suspended, the competing energies of his earth chi and my wood chi creating violent reactions where they met. His earthly aura cracked like a shattering mirror, golden-brown fragments dissolving into nothing as the blast overwhelmed his already weakened defenses. The explosion slammed him downward with devastating force. He crashed into the training ground like a meteor, the impact cratering the reinforced stone tiles. A cloud of dust and debris billowed outward, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. Through the chaos, I could see the protective formations along the walls flaring to life to contain the remnants of the blast. When the dust began to settle, Chun Wu lay in the center of the crater. His robes were now torn and scorched, revealing angry red burns and dark bruises across his exposed skin. The earth chi that had made him seem immovable was completely gone, leaving him looking surprisingly human as he struggled to push himself up on trembling arms. I didn't give him the chance to recover. I blink-stepped to stand before him, looking down at his struggling form. "It's over," I said quietly. "Give up." Chun Wu looked up at me with wide eyes, and to my surprise, he shook his head and smiled. "You win." He coughed, spitting out a mouthful of blood, but the smile never left his face. I extended my hand, helping him to his feet. He swayed slightly but managed to stand, looking at me with newfound respect. "I don't suppose," he said with a slight grimace, wiping blood from his chin with the back of his hand. "You'd be willing to tell me when exactly you planted those explosive seeds?" I couldn't help but grin. Now where would the fun be in that? The protective formations around the training ground slowly powered down, signifying the end of the battle. I had won. Chapter 77. The Offer. Wei Lin watched the battle unfold before him with growing concern. The initial exchanges had been impressive enough, Ku in matching Chun Wu's techniques with surprising skill. But now something had changed. The air itself seemed to grow heavier as Chun Wu's earth-attributed chi began to pour forth. "Watch carefully," Wei Yi said, his eyes never leaving the combatants. "This is why there are stages in the chi condensation realm." Wei Lin frowned, not liking the oppressive pressure radiating from Chen Wu. It reminded him uncomfortably of the few times he'd witnessed sixth-stage chi condensation cultivators displaying their power. The difference between stages wasn't just about raw numbers, it was about quality of energy, about reaching fundamental breakthroughs in how chi could be wielded. But Chun Wu was only supposed to be at the peak of the fifth stage. "Father," he started to say, but Wei Yi cut him off with a sharp gesture of his hand. "Good instincts," Wei Yi commented as Ku-in narrowly avoided the stone hand that erupted from the ground. "Your friend has a natural talent for combat." Wei Lin nodded absently, struggling to track the increasingly rapid exchanges. Even with his third-stage cultivation, the movements were starting to blur together. How was his father, a mortal, managing to follow the battle so easily? "Don't get distracted," Wei Yi chided. "Watch carefully. Chun Wu will end it now." Wei Lin's frown deepened as he watched Chun Wu suddenly launch himself forward like a boulder from a siege weapon. He didn't care about losing the 1,000 spirit stones, he just didn't want to see his friend seriously injured. Chun Wu was clearly done holding back. Then something impossible happened. Just before Chun Wu's devastating strike could connect, Ku-in vanished, not in the usual blur of high-speed movement, but genuinely disappeared, as if he'd never been there at all. Wei Lin heard his father's sharp intake of breath. "That aura," Wei Yi muttered, eyes widening. What followed happened so quickly that Wei Lin could barely process it. Ku-in reappeared, unleashed a devastating combination of attacks, and then explosions. When the dust settled, Chun Wu lay defeated in a crater. Wei Lin turned to see his father's reaction, but instead of expecting to see disappointment from losing both bets, he noticed a different look in his father's eyes, a look he knew all too well. Chun Wu coughed again, still leaning heavily on my shoulder. Despite the beating he'd just taken, he managed a weak smile. "That's the first time anyone's used my earth chi against me quite like that," he admitted between labored breaths. "The earth provides more than just defense," I replied, remembering some of Elder Malric's lessons about elemental interactions. Before Chun Wu could respond, Wei Ting's voice cut through the settling dust. She hurried over, her elegant robes somehow remaining spotless despite the debris-filled air.
Qu'est-ce qui en?
"Are you hurt? Let me see." "I'm fine, Auntie Wei," I assured her with a slight bow, careful not to let Chen Wu fall. "Really, I wasn't injured." She gave me a skeptical look before turning her attention to Chan Wu, who looked like he might collapse at any moment. Those explosions hadn't been for show. I'd put everything I had into them, knowing I needed to end the fight quickly before the Blue Sun's energy faded. Chan Wu, sit down before you fall down. Lu Chun, fetch my medicine box from the main house. Rocky, get faster. Rocky rumbled, carefully setting Lu Chun down before lumbering toward the house with surprising speed for a 15-foot stone giant. No, Rocky, wait. Wei Ting called out, but the guardian was already gone, his heavy footsteps sending tremors through the ground. She sighed. I suppose I should be grateful he's using the path this time instead of going through the walls. He's learning, Lu Chun said proudly. Then his eyes widened as he turned to me. Brother Kuin, that was amazing. When did you learn to explode things? Can you teach me? Not for robbery, he added quickly. Just for self-defense. Lu Chun. Lin Mei scolded, though I caught her hiding a smile. What? It was really cool. Did you see how he went all glowy and then boom? Lu Chun punched the air enthusiastically, nearly losing his balance in the process. Wei Guang caught him by the back of his robes before he could fall. Careful there, little warrior. Though I have to agree, that was quite a show. He gave me an appraising look. I don't suppose you'd be willing to explain exactly how you managed that disappearing trick? Just a movement technique, I replied with a slight smile, noting how Wei Ye's eyes sharpened on me. Rocky returned then, carefully carrying a delicate-looking box in his massive stone hands. He moved with exaggerated care, like a child tasked with carrying something precious. Thank you, Rocky. Wei Ting smiled, accepting the box. You're very gentle with delicate things. Rocky's craggy features shifted in what might have been a pleased expression. Be careful, he rumbled slowly. Here, stick out your arm. Wei Ting instructed Chun Wu as she began pulling various bottles and bandages from the box. And no arguing about treatment. I saw that blast hit you directly. Yes, madam, Chun Wu replied meekly. Even elite combat instructors, it seemed, knew better than to argue with Wei Ting when she was in healing mode. Remarkable, Wei Yi said, approaching me while his wife fussed over Chan Wu. Truly remarkable. You know, I don't often admit to being wrong, but I clearly underestimated you. His smile was warm, but there was something in it that made me feel uncomfortable. Perhaps we could discuss your future plans? The Wei family is always looking to invest in promising talent. Father. Wei Lin started to protest, but Wei Yi held up a hand. Let me finish. Young Master Kuin, I'm prepared to offer you a very generous arrangement. Full sponsorship of your cultivation resources, access to our family's technique library, a position as our primary combat instructor. He paused for effect. And of course, a starting salary of 10,000 spirit stones per month. Lu Chen's jaw dropped. 10,000. He whispered to Rocky. That's enough spirit stones to feed you for a year. I kept my expression neutral as I considered the offer. Master. Azure's voice echoed in my thoughts. Something feels off about him. He tracks chi movements like a cultivator, yet I detect no cultivation base. Either he has some method of concealment, I replied mentally, or he's hiding something else entirely. Either way, I'm not signing myself over to someone I don't trust. If you spot this story on Amazon, know that it has been stolen. Report the violation. The offer itself was incredibly generous on the surface, the kind of opportunity most outer disciples would kill for. Access to premium cultivation resources, techniques, and more spirit stones than I could earn in years at the sect. The Wei family's resources are impressive for the mortal realm, but they're limited, Azure noted. They have no cultivators above the elemental realm in their employment. Because they can't retain them, I replied mentally, or won't. Money can buy resources, but advancement beyond the elemental realm requires more than just material wealth. My thoughts drifted to Elder Malric and our experiences in the Two Suns world. The difference between having a true mentor and merely having access to resources was like the difference between reading about swimming and having someone teach you in the water. Some insights could only be passed down through direct guidance. The contract would likely be bound by heavenly Tao, Azure added. Making promises that could limit your future choices would be unwise, especially to someone whose true nature we can't verify. He was right. Wei Yi was offering substantial immediate benefits, but I could see the invisible chains attached. The Wei family would invest heavily in my development, but only along the path that benefited them. They needed a powerful guardian, not someone who might eventually outgrow their ability to contain. The Azure Peak sect was different. Yes, being an outer disciple meant struggling for resources now, but the path upward existed. Inner disciples, core disciples, elders, each rank opened new doors, new knowledge, new possibilities. The sect had cultivators in the stellar realm and beyond, masters who could guide disciples toward true transcendence. Wei Yi was trying to tempt me with earthly riches, but I'd glimpsed something far greater, the path to creating a universe. What were spirit stones compared to that? Thank you for the offer, I said politely, but I must decline. My path lies with the Azure Peak sect. Wei Yi's eyebrows rose. The sect? Boy, do you know how long it takes most disciples to earn even 100 spirit stones through sect missions? We're offering you. Father, stop. Wei Lin interrupted firmly. Ku'in isn't interested in leaving the sect. But, and if you keep pushing, Wei Lin continued, you might damage our relationship with a future Azure Peak elder.
ESM out snapshot.
He studied me with new eyes, clearly reassessing his assumptions. After a long moment, he sighed and reached into his robes. Very well. A deal is a deal. He produced a small jade box, ornately carved with wind patterns that seemed to shift in the light. Your wind essence, as promised. I accepted the box carefully, feeling the subtle vibrations of the elemental energy contained within. An interesting choice of cultivation method, Wei Yi mused. The World Tree Sutra, I don't think anyone has ever successfully cultivated it. Brother Ku'in is special, Lu Qin declared loyally. He can do anything. Anything except teach you to make explosions, Lin Mei added dryly. Ah, but no explosions. Lin Mei, Wei Ting, and I said in unison. Rocky rumbled something that sounded suspiciously like agreement, causing Lu Chan to pout. Even you, Rocky? Traitor. Wei Yi chuckled, then produced another pouch that clinked promisingly as he handed it to Wei Lin. Your winnings, son. Wei Lin turned and tossed the pouch to me. Here, you earned it. What? I said as I caught it in my right hand. I bet Father 1,000 spirit stones that you'd win, Wei Lin explained. Since you're the one who actually did the work, the winnings should be yours. Thank you. I weighed the pouch thoughtfully. I'd never held this many spirit stones at once before. Maybe now you can actually afford something when we go shopping, Wei Lin teased, earning himself a punch in the arm from Lin Mei. Don't be rude, she scolded. Some of us weren't born into merchant families. No, he has a point, I said with a slight smile. Though I think I'll save these for something important rather than blow them all on expensive tea. That was one time, Wei Lin protested. And it was an investment. That tea merchant still gives me priority access to his best stock. Only because you embarrassed yourself so thoroughly trying to haggle that he felt sorry for you, Wei Guang added helpfully. As the siblings began to bicker, I turned the jade box over in my hands. Inside was the key to the next stage of my cultivation, pure wind essence, the final element I needed. Master, Azure's voice echoed in my mind. With this, we can finally begin creating the terrain in your inner world. I smiled slightly. Yes, this was just the beginning. Cultivation wasn't just about gathering elements or increasing power. It was about creation itself, about building something entirely new. First, I thought back. We should probably let Wei Ting finish fussing over everyone. I have a feeling she won't let any of us leave until she's satisfied we're not secretly injured. A wise precaution, Azure agreed, though I noticed you're being rather humble about how easily you handled Chen Wu. I glanced at the combat instructor, who was now enduring Wei Ting's motherly attention with admirable stoicism. Well, I did basically have a time dilation chamber to power up before the fight. I thought back. A month in the Two Suns world and having an additional magic system gave me quite an advantage. Wouldn't be fair to diminish his reputation when I had that kind of preparation. True. Azure then paused for a second. Master, there's something else you should know. When you combined the two sun energies, Wei Yi seemed to have recognized the aura. He mumbled something under his breath and his entire demeanor changed. That caught my attention. During the fight, I'd only registered that Wei Yi could somehow track my movements despite claiming to be immortal. I'd been too focused on Chun Wu to notice anything else. What exactly did he say? I couldn't catch it clearly, but his reaction was significant. He went from seeing you as a talented Qi condensation disciple to viewing you as something else entirely. I watched Wei Yi from the corner of my eye, noting how he hadn't stopped studying me since the fight ended. Just what I needed: more mysteries about the Wei family patriarch. I sighed. I can't wait to get out of here. Too many secrets in this household, and not the good kind. Chapter 78. Breakthrough. Back in the guest quarters, I let out a heavy sigh as I thought about my recent conversation with Wei Lin. The original plan had been simple: get the wind essence and leave the next day. But Wei Lin wanted to stay longer, convinced his father was finally warming up to the idea of him and Lin Mei being together. If only he knew the truth. That Wei Yi seemed far more interested in me than in his son's relationship. Not that I could tell Wei Lin that. How do you explain to your friend that his father, who supposedly has no cultivation base, can somehow track Qi movements like an expert cultivator? That he seemed to recognize something about the combination of the two suns' energy? No, better to keep those suspicions to myself for now. Besides, after everything Wei Lin had done to help me get the wind essence, the least I could do was support his desire to stay a few more days. Are you going to attempt the breakthrough now? Azure asked, pulling me from my thoughts. I glanced around the guest room, feeling uneasy. Wei Ye's strange interest in me was concerning, and attempting a breakthrough in his compound might not be the wisest choice. But what were my alternatives? We couldn't exactly leave now, not after agreeing to stay. I've checked for surveillance formations, Azure assured me, sensing my hesitation. I detect nothing unusual in either the room or the training ground. I nodded slowly. As much as I trusted Azure, I knew there were things even he couldn't sense. Advanced formations could be incredibly subtle, and Wei Yi had already demonstrated capabilities beyond what his apparent status would suggest. Still, we'd already carved runes and had one breakthrough here. This wouldn't reveal anything new. From the outside, it would just look like basic meditation. No point in delaying it, I said finally, running my fingers over the jade box containing the wind essence. Who knows what we might encounter on the way back to the sect? Walking around with a 15-foot stone guardian tends to make you a rather tempting target. Won't the others be suspicious of 2 breakthroughs in such a short time span? Wei Lin and Lin Mei will probably be concerned, I admitted. They'll worry I'm rushing things, that my cultivation base isn't stable enough. I thought about the look in Wei Ye's eyes. As for Wei Yi, I think he's expecting a breakthrough. They all know I needed the wind essence for my cultivation method, so it shouldn't seem too unrealistic. Very well, Azure replied. Shall we begin? I made my way to the private training ground, settling into a corner where the surrounding plants immediately began to react to my presence. Vines curled protectively around me, leaves rustled without any wind, and flowers turned to face me like tiny suns tracking across the sky. I couldn't help but smile, though it faltered as I thought of my vine friend from the Two Suns world. You'll see it again, Azure consoled me, his voice gentle. Yeah, I know. I took a deep breath and opened the jade box. The wind essence within was barely visible, more like heat waves rippling through the air than anything substantial. Yet I could feel its power, wild and free, straining against the confines of its container. Remember, Azure instructed, wind essence is different from the others. It doesn't want to be guided or controlled. It needs to be persuaded, coaxed into following your intent. Think of it like... He paused, searching for the right analogy. like trying to redirect a breeze without blocking it entirely. I nodded, reaching out with my chi to form the appropriate formation. Where water essence had required flowing curves and earth essence had needed solid angles, this one felt more like trying to sketch smoke. The lines kept wanting to drift and disperse. Finally, I managed to create something that felt right, a pattern that somehow captured the essence of wind while still allowing it freedom of movement. My awareness shifted to my inner world, where the Genesis seed floated in the center of the 135 cubic meters of space. The red and blue suns occupied opposite corners, and I had to stifle a laugh at their behavior. Neither would look directly at the other, but they kept sneaking what they clearly thought were subtle glances. The red sun would pulse slightly brighter, as if showing off, only for the blue sun to release a wave of righteous energy that just happened to wash over its rival. Both would quickly look away whenever the Genesis seed stirred, like children pretending they hadn't been fighting whenever a parent walked in. As the wind essence entered through my formation, the Genesis seed's surface rippled with interest. Its previous experiences with the other elements had apparently taught it to be more discerning. Instead of immediately absorbing the essence, it seemed to taste it first, testing its properties. The two suns watched with poorly concealed envy as the Genesis seed began to absorb the wind essence. Their rivalry momentarily forgotten, they drifted slightly closer together, united in their jealousy of the attention being given to yet another energy source. My inner world began to expand rapidly, the space stretching and growing as the wind essence was integrated. But this was different from previous expansions, where water had created currents and earth had tried to form terrain. The wind essence seemed to want to be everywhere at once. It suffused the entire space, creating subtle currents and eddies that made the very void feel more alive. Unauthorized content usage. If you discover this narrative on Amazon, report the violation. The Genesis seed's branches swayed in winds that shouldn't exist in the vacuum of my inner world, and even the two suns were affected, their coronas stretching and streaming in the ethereal breeze. I could feel my cultivation base strengthening, my understanding of chi deepening as the wind essence settled into place. When I opened my eyes, my status immediately appeared. Cultivation. Chi condensation stage 5. Inner world radius of 220 m. Soul essence. 950/950. Spiritual essence. 850/850. Physical essence. 900/900. With the rune enhancements, Azure commented, "Your stats should let you compete with a 6th-stage chi condensation cultivator." I smiled, but it was tinged with resignation. Still not enough to deal with Wu Kongming. Pushing those thoughts aside, I focused on the next step. Okay, all the elements have been gathered. So how do I create terrain? First, Azure replied, you need to enter your inner world. I blinked in confusion. I thought I was nowhere near the cultivation level needed to physically enter my inner world. Not your physical body? Azure's laugh echoed in my mind. Use your spiritual sense, but instead of just observing your inner world, use it to construct a body inside. Why didn't you tell me I could do this sooner? Because there was no need before now. I had to admit he had a point. Fair enough. Closing my eyes, I focused on my inner world again, but this time instead of just observing, I tried to condense my spiritual sense into a form that resembled my body. It was harder than I expected. The energy kept wanting to dissipate back into formless awareness. Think of it like wearing clothes, Azure suggested. Your spiritual sense is the fabric, and you're trying to shape it into something you can wear. That actually helps. I focused on the familiar sensation of putting on my outer disciple robes, imagining my spiritual sense wrapping around me in the same way. Slowly, painstakingly, I managed to create a stable form. The perspective was incredible. Floating in the vast space of my inner world, I felt tiny and enormous at the same time. The Genesis seed towered over me like a mountain, yet I could sense every detail of its structure. The two suns, no longer looking quite so miniature, regarded my spiritual form with obvious curiosity. They seemed to want to drift closer, but the Genesis seed's presence kept them at a respectful distance. What should we start with? I asked Azure. Let me explain how the elements interact in world creation, he replied. Each one has a specific role, but without certain fundamental forces, they won't behave quite like they do in the material world. He began breaking down the information into manageable chunks. Earth provides the foundation: mountains, plains, and basic terrain. It's the easiest to work with since it doesn't rely much on other forces. Water creates rivers, lakes, and oceans. But here's where we hit our first major issue. Without gravity, it won't flow naturally. We'll need to manually define its behavior. Fire can serve as an energy source for volcanoes and thermal systems, but again, without gravity and proper atmospheric pressure, it won't behave like normal fire. Air adds atmosphere, but it won't form natural wind patterns or pressure systems without gravity. We'll have to explicitly define air currents. Finally, there's ether, which acts as a binding force. Think of it like spiritual glue. It helps hold everything together and prevents the elements from dispersing in the void. Why don't we just get the gravity and time elements first? I asked, then answered my own question before Azure could respond. Wait, let me guess. Because it requires understanding gravity and time Tao? I thought about all the cultivation novels I'd read, where characters would spend thousands of years meditating on a single concept to form their understanding of a Tao. The idea of trying to comprehend something as fundamental as gravity or time at my current level seemed daunting. Exactly, Azure agreed. Trying to comprehend those concepts now would be a waste of time. It will be much easier once you reach higher realms of cultivation. I nodded, considering which terrain to start with. Mountains would be impressive, but they'd need proper foundations. A lake might be nice, but without gravity it would just be a floating sphere of water. Volcanoes would be interesting, but again, they needed other systems in place to function properly. No, better to start with the basics. Simple, flat ground would give me a foundation to build on. I could experiment with hills and valleys once I understood how to manipulate the earth essence properly. Besides, having actual ground beneath my feet would make this whole experience feel a bit more normal. Looking at the swirling elements in my inner world, I made my decision. Earth would come first. It was time to give this universe some solid ground to stand on. Ready? Azure asked. I smiled, feeling the earth essence responding to my intent. Let's build a world. Chapter 79, Building a World. I stared at the swirling earth essence, trying to figure out how exactly one goes about creating solid ground in a void. In cultivation novels, it always seemed so simple: wave your hand and mountains rise from nothing. The protagonist just thinks about earth and boom, instant continent. The reality was significantly more complicated. My first attempt at creating soil resulted in what looked like brown smoke. The earth essence refused to coalesce, instead spreading out in wispy tendrils that dissipated into nothing. The second try wasn't much better. The essence clumped together in random chunks that looked more like floating asteroids than actual Earth. Perhaps try focusing on a single type of material first? Azure suggested after my fifth failure produce something that looked suspiciously like mud soup. I dispersed the floating globs with a frustrated wave. Right? Let's start with basic dirt. That should be simple enough. It wasn't. My next attempt created what could generously be called a dirt clod, if dirt clods were perfectly spherical and had the density of lead. The essence had condensed into a ball about the size of my fist that just hung there in the void, refusing to spread out or take any other shape. At least it's solid, I muttered. I reached out with my finger, and when I touched the floating sphere, ripples of essence spread from the contact point. The essence seems to want to maintain cohesion, Azure observed. Perhaps too much? I tried again, this time attempting to create looser soil. The result was a cloud of fine dust that threatened to scatter throughout my entire inner world before I hastily gathered it back together. This is ridiculous, I sighed, watching the dust reform into another useless ball. How can making basic dirt be this difficult? It's literally just dirt. Why don't you give it a try? You certainly understand the theory better than I do. Inner world spirits are more like caretakers than creators. Azure smiled. We can maintain what exists, offer guidance, but the actual shaping of the world must come from our masters. His smile turned sad then, an unusual expression for him. Though, for higher-level cultivators, when they perish, if their inner world is developed enough, their inner world spirit can remain behind, which is when they gain the ability to manipulate things to a greater degree. Something in his tone made me pause. The way he said it, not with longing, but with a subtle heaviness, told me more than his words did. This wasn't a power inner world spirits looked forward to gaining. The price was too high. Though, Azure continued, his expression brightening, as your cultivation improves and this world grows more complex, I'll naturally gain more ability to help maintain it. Nothing as dramatic as full creation, but enough to fulfill my role as caretaker properly. I nodded. I had wondered how I would maintain my inner world when it grew to the size of a large city. Closing my eyes, I focused back on the immediate problem, and thought about how I worked with vines. They had their own way of moving, their own nature. You couldn't force them. You had to. My eyes snapped open. That was it. I'd been treating Earth Essence like a tool, trying to force it into shapes. But just like with Qi, it had its own nature. I'd been so focused on what I wanted it to be, I hadn't stopped to understand what it was. I closed my eyes again, this time focusing on the feeling of the element. Where would Qi felt alive and growing, Earth Essence was different, patient, ancient. It didn't resist being shaped, but it wouldn't be rushed either. Like the mountains themselves, it moved on its own timeline. My next attempt focused on stone rather than soil. If Earth Essence was about patience and permanence, maybe starting with something solid made more sense. I gathered the essence and tried to compress it into granite. The result looked more like a child's clay project than actual rock. The surface was rough and uneven, with weird swirling patterns that definitely didn't occur in nature. When I tried to adjust it, the whole thing crumbled into gravel. Remember, Azure suggested, real stone forms under specific conditions. Pressure, heat, time, right? I couldn't just create stone. I needed to replicate the processes that created it naturally. My next attempt went better. I layered the essence carefully, compressing it while maintaining the proper crystalline structure. Gradually, a small piece of genuine-looking granite formed. Building on that success, I gave another attempt at creating soil. What if? I focused on the wood essence I was more familiar with, creating the forms of simple plants, grass, leaves, roots. Without life energy, they were just shapes, hollow imitations of living things, but when I broke them down and mixed them with the mineral components, the result actually looked like proper soil. Rich, dark, and crumbly, the kind of earth that would make Lin Mei envious if she could see it. Now for the real challenge, I said, looking at my floating samples of stone and soil. Creating actual ground. I started from a single point, focusing on building up layers just like real geological formations. Stone came first, providing a solid foundation. Then looser rock, gravel, and finally soil. Gradually, a flat disk of earth began to form, spreading outward as I carefully maintained the proper composition of each layer. Good, Azure commented, though you might want to add some variety to the terrain. Perfectly flat ground rarely occurs in nature. Stolen novel. Please report. I nodded, experimenting with subtle variations in elevation. Small rises and dips appeared across the surface, giving it a more natural appearance. Nothing dramatic, just enough to break up the monotony. Remember, Azure cautioned as I worked, this control over Earth Essence only applies within your inner world. Don't expect to start throwing rocks around in the real world just because you can shape terrain here. I know, I replied, carefully smoothing out a particularly stubborn bump. Different systems entirely. This is more like programming the rules for how Earth should behave in this universe. Actually, manipulating Earth Qi would require completely different techniques. Exactly. Though your understanding of how Earth Essence moves might give you some insight if you ever decide to learn Earth-based cultivation arts. I continued expanding the ground until it filled roughly a quarter of my inner world's volume. That seemed like a good starting point, enough space to work with while leaving room for other features. Now, I said, looking at the expanse of earth I'd created. Let's make this more organized. We should divide it into sections so it's easier to keep track of everything. Using the Genesis seed as the center point, I mentally divided the space into quadrants. The ground I'd created occupied most of the southwest section, though some of it spilled over into the southeast. The Genesis seed seems to approve, Azure noted. He was right. The massive tree-like structure had extended its roots down into the newly formed earth, anchoring itself firmly. The two sons had drifted closer as well, their earlier rivalry forgotten as they watched the world-building process with obvious fascination. What would you like to have as the basic layout? Azure asked. I considered the space carefully. We need natural boundaries between the sections. Valleys or rivers would work, but without gravity. I frowned, remembering Azure's earlier explanation about how water would just form floating spheres without proper forces in place. Perhaps depressions in the earth? Azure suggested. We can add water later once we've established proper physical laws. But for now, the terrain itself can mark the divisions. That made sense. Starting from the Genesis seed's position at the center, I began carving for great valleys that stretched outward like the spokes of a wheel. The earth essence responded more easily now that I understood its nature better, moving aside to create deep gorges that would eventually hold rivers. For the quadrants themselves, I gestured to the northwestern section. This area will be for mountains. Proper mountains, not just hills. If we're building a world, let's make it impressive. I turned my attention to creating the mountain range, confident after my success with the basic terrain. That confidence lasted approximately 3 seconds. My first attempt at a mountain looked like a child's sand castle after a wave hit it. A lumpy, misshapen mass that rose about 10 meters before collapsing in on itself. The earth essence just refused to hold the shape I wanted, crumbling away instead of forming the majestic peak I'd envisioned. Perhaps start smaller instead of trying to make it one attempt, Azure suggested. Mountains need proper foundations, right? Even real mountains had layers of rock beneath them. I dispersed the failed attempt and started again, this time focusing on the base first. Layer by layer, I compressed the earth essence into dense stone, building up a foundation that spread over several hundred meters. My second attempt at raising a peak went marginally better. The mountain actually looked like a mountain, albeit one that appeared to have been carved by a drunk sculptor using a hammer as a chisel. The slopes were uneven, with random bulges and depressions that made no geological sense. Why is this so hard? I muttered, smoothing out a particularly offensive-looking bulge. It's just pushing rock up, right? Real mountains are formed by incredible pressures over millions of years, Azure reminded me. You're trying to replicate that process in minutes. Consider how the forces would actually shape the stone. That made me pause. I'd been thinking about mountains as singular objects, but they were really the result of various forces working together: pressure, erosion, volcanic activity. Even without gravity, I could still apply those principles. Starting fresh again, I began with tectonic movement. I visualized 2 great sheets of stone pressing against each other, forcing the earth upward in a more natural pattern. Where they met, the rock folded and compressed, creating more realistic ridges and valleys. Better, Azure encouraged. Now think about the types of stone. Different rocks weather differently. I adjusted the composition of the rising peak, making the core from harder stone while using softer materials for the outer layers. This time, when I shaped the mountain, it actually looked like it belonged in nature. The slopes had purpose to their angles, with clear signs of where water would eventually flow. Encouraged, I continued working, finding a rhythm in the process. Create the foundation, layer the stone types, apply pressure, shape the weathering patterns. Each mountain came easier than the last, though I still had plenty of failures. One peak ended up looking like a giant mushroom, and another somehow developed what appeared to be stairs spiraling up its side. That's interesting, Azure commented about the stairs. I got distracted thinking about access paths, I admitted, quickly smoothing them away. Gradually, a proper mountain range took shape. The peaks rose naturally from their foundations, some sharp and jagged where I'd used harder stone, Others more rounded and weathered where softer rock dominated. Deep valleys cut between them, their paths carved as if by ancient glaciers. I added complex cave systems, thinking of all the cultivation novel protagonists who always seemed to find mysterious treasures in mountain caves. These were empty for now, but their twisting passages and hidden chambers would make perfect storage spaces in the future. Maybe one day, when I could create true beings, some lucky creature would stumble upon these caves and find cultivation resources I'd hidden away. After all, what proper cultivation world didn't have its share of hidden treasures waiting to be discovered? Though hopefully, they'll be smarter than the typical cultivation novel protagonist who walks into every suspicious cave they find. Once I was done with the northwestern quadrant, I turned to its eastern companion. This section will be for gardens. Once we can actually grow things properly, we'll need space to experiment with different plants. I thought of Lin Mei and her approach to the sex herb gardens. She always emphasized the importance of proper preparation. Everything from soil composition to drainage patterns had to be just right. Creating gentle slopes was easy now that I understood how Earth Essence wanted to move. I guided it with the patience it demanded, letting the terrain rise and fall in natural waves across the landscape. Each undulation flowed smoothly into the next, creating perfect drainage patterns for when we eventually added water. "Excellent work," Azure commented. "The natural flow of the land will serve well for different growing areas." The hills took shape exactly as I envisioned them, neither too steep nor too flat. Some areas rose higher to create sheltered spaces, while others dipped into shallow valleys perfect for moisture-loving plants. After my earlier struggles with basic earth manipulation, it felt good to see my growing skill with the essence. Next came the soil types, and I stared at the earth essence with growing apprehension. If creating basic dirt had been like trying to teach a stone to swim, this was going to be like teaching that same stone to dance. I'd need different textures, compositions, mineral contents. Well, I muttered to myself, watching the essence twist and coil around me. At least I've already hit rock bottom with the floating mud soup incident. It can't possibly get worse than that. I reached out to begin the first transformation, and immediately realized just how wrong I was. Chapter 80. My Own World. My first attempt at creating rich, black earth resulted in something that looked more like tar, a sticky, dense mass that would have suffocated any plant unfortunate enough to try growing in it. Perhaps analyze the components separately? Azure suggested as I dispersed the failed attempt. Soil isn't just one material, right? I remembered Senior Sister Chun explaining soil composition during one of her lectures. Good soil needs organic matter, minerals, proper texture. I muttered, trying to recall the details. I started again, this time focusing on creating the individual components first. The mineral base came easily enough, fine particles of rock and clay that would form the soil's foundation. But when I tried adding what I thought would be organic material, plants created by Qi, it turned into a strange, crystalline substance that definitely wasn't going to support any life. That's unique. It's awful, I corrected, dissolving the bizarre crystal dirt hybrid. I'm thinking about this wrong. Instead of trying to create organic matter directly, maybe I should focus on creating something that could eventually hold organic material. The third attempt went better. I managed to create a dark, rich-looking soil by carefully balancing different mineral particles and leaving tiny spaces throughout the structure. It wasn't perfect. Real topsoil would need actual organic matter, but it would serve as a framework for future growth. Moving on to clay soil proved equally challenging. My first try produced something closer to ceramic hard, brittle chunks that would have been great for pottery but useless for growing plants. The second attempt went too far in the opposite direction, creating a slimy mud that refused to hold any shape. Clay needs a specific balance of minerals, Azure reminded me, and the particle size matters. I adjusted my approach, focusing on creating the microscopically thin plates that made up real clay. This time, the earth essence responded better, forming a properly structured soil that would retain water without becoming impermeable. The sandy soil was its own adventure. My first attempt literally created a beach, pure white sand that would have been perfect for a vacation but completely useless for cultivation. The second try produced something closer to gravel, while the third somehow ended up as glass. How did I even manage that? I wondered, looking at the unexpected patch of transparent ground. The principles of glassmaking do involve sand, Azure pointed out, though perhaps not quite what we're aiming for here. Finally, I managed to create a proper sandy loam, coarse enough for good drainage but with enough fine particles to support growth. The real breakthrough came when I started thinking about how the different soil types would interact with each other. Instead of creating distinct regions of each type, I let them blend at the edges, creating natural transitions. Clay soil gradually shifted to loam, then to sandier soil, each change subtle enough to look natural. In places where water would eventually flow, I added extra drainage capacity. Areas that would receive more sun got deeper soil beds. Looking at the finished product, you'd never guess how many failed attempts it had taken. The various soil types transitioned smoothly across the garden quadrant, each area perfectly prepared for its future purpose. Don't forget about drainage layers, Azure reminded me. I added layers of coarser material beneath the topsoil, creating natural filtration systems. In some areas, I embedded chunks of stone that would help regulate spiritual energy once we got that far. Other sections received deeper soil beds for plants that would eventually need to root deeply. What about the meditation areas? I asked, remembering how the sex gardens always had quiet spots tucked away among the plants. Following that thought, I carved out small clearings throughout the garden space. Some were surrounded by raised areas that would eventually shield them from view, while others sat atop gentle rises with good sightlines across the quadrant. The end result looked deceptively simple: rolling hills that flowed naturally into each other, various soil types blending at their edges, and hidden spots that seemed to have formed naturally rather than being deliberately crafted. It was the kind of landscape that looked effortless precisely because every detail had been carefully planned. The southeastern section should be for testing and experiments, I continued, leaving that area mostly empty except for a few scattered platforms and basic structures. We'll need somewhere to try out new techniques without risking damage to the rest of the terrain. And the southwestern quadrant? Azure prompted. The one you've already started? I looked at the area I'd first created, with its subtle variations in elevation. This can be our stable ground, a place for basic training and meditation. I added a few more features, a small plateau that would make a perfect meditation spot, some open fields for practice areas. The Genesis seed's roots continued to spread through all 4 quadrants as I worked, creating a complex network beneath the surface. They seemed to be stabilizing the terrain somehow, making it feel more permanent, more real. Now for the really interesting part, I said, looking up at the 2 suns. We need to position them properly. The red and blue suns had been drifting aimlessly around the edges of my inner world, occasionally throwing what they probably thought were subtle glances at each other. Now they perked up, clearly interested in being given actual roles. Without gravity, we'll need to manually define their positions and movements, Azure explained. Think of it like setting up track for them to follow. I nodded, considering the space. They should be opposite each other, I think. Maximum coverage of the terrain. Reaching out with my chi, I guided the red sun toward the eastern edge of my inner world. It went willingly enough, though it seemed to preen a bit under the attention. The blue sun drifted to the western edge without needing to be prompted, apparently not wanting to be outdone. Now for their orbit. I concentrated, trying to visualize the path I wanted them to follow. Without time or gravity, I couldn't just set them in motion and let physics handle the rest. Instead, I had to create what amounted to a predetermined track for them to follow. This took even more trial and error. Simply pushing them in circles didn't work. They'd either drift off course or overcompensate and spiral inward. Eventually, I discovered that by creating a sort of spiritual tether between each sun and the Genesis seed, I could guide them along more stable paths. This content has been unlawfully taken from Royal Road. Report any instances of this story if found elsewhere. Think of it like a spiritual dance, Azure suggested. The suns aren't just rotating. They're performing a coordinated movement with the Genesis seed as their partner. That helped. Instead of trying to force them into rigid orbits, I worked with their natural tendencies. The red sun preferred sweeping, dramatic arcs, while the blue sun moved in more measured, graceful curves. By letting them express those preferences while gently guiding their overall direction, I managed to establish a rhythm that felt right. Excellent, Azure approved. Now we can see about adding some basic plant life. Remember, without being in the life realm, you can't actually create living things. But you can set up the framework. I started with the garden quadrant, using wood chi to form the shapes of trees, bushes, and flowers. They were like detailed sculptures, perfect in form but completely lifeless. No leaves rustled, no branches swayed. They just existed. Then something fascinating happened. As the blue sun passed overhead, its light seemed to infuse the plant forms with a semblance of life. Colors brightened, forms became more distinct, and there was an almost tangible sense of vitality. The red sun had its own effects. When its light touched the trees, their forms would slowly shift and change, branches reaching in new directions before freezing again. The transformation energy seemed to work even on these lifeless forms. "This is fascinating," I murmured, watching the interplay of energies. The red sun transforms, the blue sun animates. Together they create a kind of pseudo-life. "Yes," Azure agreed, "but without gravity or proper time flow, the effects are limited. Notice how nothing truly grows or develops, it just cycles through states we've defined." He was right. Without fundamental forces like gravity, and without proper time flow, everything in my inner world was essentially frozen in patterns I manually established. The suns moved because I told them to move. The trees appeared to live because of the sun's energy. It was like a complex puppet show where I had to manage every string. Still, it was progress. So even though I can't actually create life yet, the blue sun's energy can simulate it to some degree. You're essentially creating a framework that life can eventually inhabit. Think of it like building a house. You're not creating the family that will live there, but you're making a space that can support life when the time comes. I spent the next few hours adding more details to each quadrant. In the mountain range, I carved out complex cave systems and created natural formations that looked like they'd taken millennia to form. The garden section received more varieties of plant forms, trees of different sizes and shapes, areas that could become flower beds, even a section that looked like it could be an herb garden. The testing ground remained mostly empty, but I added some basic structures, pillars for target practice, flat areas for sparring, and a few more specialized zones whose purposes I hadn't quite decided yet. Finally, I returned to the base quadrant, refining the meditation plateau and adding a few more features that felt right. A small grove of tree forms that would make a perfect quiet spot, some natural stone formations that could serve as seats or tables, standing or rather, floating. In the center near the Genesis seed, I smiled as I took in what I had created. It was strange seeing it all together, a world that followed none of the normal rules of reality. No gravity meant the waterfalls I'd planned would need special attention later. No time meant nothing would age or change unless I specifically made it do so. The sun's orbit was completely artificial, their light affecting the world in ways that defied normal physics. For a chi condensation cultivator, it was unusual to say the least. Most inner worlds at this stage were just empty voids with maybe a few basic features. Having stellar bodies and even the framework for life was practically unheard of. "Master," Azure's voice held a note of pride, "I believe we've created something quite unique." Looking around one last time, I had to agree. In the northwest, there were mountain ranges, deep valleys, and cave systems. The mountains formed a natural semicircle, with the highest peaks to the north and gradually descending as they curve around. The northeast was the garden quadrant. There were hills covered in tree sculptures, flat areas for future flower beds, and specially prepared soil zones for different types of plants. And when the blue sun passed overhead, everything took on an almost living quality. As for the southeast quadrant, it was mostly empty but with platforms and structures for future use. Plenty of open space for experiments and practice. In the southwest, there were meditation plateaus and practice fields. At the center stood the Genesis seed, its roots spreading throughout all 4 quadrants, anchoring and stabilizing everything. The deep valleys radiating outward from it would eventually hold rivers, dividing the quadrants naturally. And above it all, the red and blue suns followed their perfect orbit, opposite each other, their different energies creating an endless cycle of transformation and renewal. It wasn't just a void with some dirt in it anymore. It was the beginning of a true world. Not bad, I said softly. For a few hours' work, the Genesis seed's branches swayed, and I could have sworn it looked pleased. Master, I believe someone is approaching your room, Azure alerted me. Given the chi signature, it's probably Wei Lin coming to check if you've managed to blow yourself up with all that meditation. As I opened my eyes, I noticed something wasn't quite right. The garden's vines were still curled protectively around my body as they had been during meditation, but the stone courtyard floor seemed much farther away than it should be. It took me a moment to realize I was floating several feet in the air, with various flowering vines still wrapped around my arms and legs, hanging down toward the ground like green curtains. Well, I muttered, trying to figure out how this had happened. This is awkward. And of course, that's when I heard Wei Lin's knock at the door.